It's not evening yet. It's afternoon. I don't consider evening until some people say 5, and sometimes I'll say good evening after 5, but most of the time it's about 6 p.m. I'll start to say good evening, but it's still afternoon right now. It's only almost 4 o'clock. So good afternoon, you guys. It is Sunday fun day, and I just wanted to check in with y'all. Hopefully I could see I'm live from YouTube and not from StreamYard. So hopefully I can see my chat as it comes up. I hope. Let me see. Oh, let's say choose a game to stream with. What is that about? Will this thing play a video game while you streaming or something? I don't know. This got this little grid on the bottom. I haven't seen this. It's this little grid on the bottom that says stream a game. I don't know. Maybe it'll play a game while you're streaming or something. I don't know. So I just wanted to come in and talk to you guys today about just various topics, right? So my first topic I wanted to talk to y'all about. So on the wall, because y'all know I was waiting to see what Prophet Karn, not PROPHET, but PROFIT Karn. I was waiting to see what he was going to have to say today, and child, I couldn't listen to that sermon but for 2 seconds. Okay, so y'all know I had told y'all the other day about Prophet Khan got himself in trouble with all that stuff with the IRS, and so he's going to have to go in and do 9 months in prison for his crimes. He pled guilty and over there in Jacksonville, Florida, and he is going to have to go do 9 months for his crimes. And so he um owes $600,000. There's no additional fines assessed, I guess. I guess because since he pled guilty, they didn't, and he didn't take him having to go through a trial or whatever. That they didn't assess him any additional fees, so he has to pay a total of $600,000 back to the IRS, and it will start at $1,000 a month once he is released from jail. So he doesn't have to start now. He can wait until after he gets released. It is expected that within the next 45 days that he will have to submit himself to turn himself in. They because he pled guilty and because they in good faith, I guess, until they, instead of having him being held in a holding cell or in the jail rather than the prison, they decided to let him turn himself in once I guess they get stuff straightened out with the facility that he's going to be going to. From what I understand, the judge did ask him if he had a preference and what facility he wanted to go to, and he's going to a facility in Georgia. Or at least that's what was discussed in the court hearing the other day, from the recap. So, that is what's going on with him. But I told y'all the other day when he came out and Pam was filming when he came from out of the courthouse. He was about to say something, and then one of his people, one of the individuals, part of his entourage, said, "Oh no, it's just a bunch of YouTubers." Like I guess basically like it wasn't no mainstream media out there. And so he was like, "It's just a bunch of YouTubers. Don't say nothing." So Karn was about to, because he likes to put on. He's fancy, right? So he likes to put on. So he was about to say something, but the member who was part of his entourage stopped him from saying anything. And then you had his lawyer who did speak. And the other day on my live, I had spoke about that, and I paralleled it to some other cult type style behavior I see, whether it's actual ministries that exist in physical buildings, or it's growing on YouTube, right? And I was saying like most of these like church members are cult members. I mean, that's just the reality, right? And I hate to say that, but a lot of times church people are called members. And I think it bothers me. That's why it bothers me when they talk about Islamic extremists because they are just as extreme. The only difference is that here in the United States, we have a government to act out that acts out our extremist behavior. And a lot of times because of how the politics and stuff is broken up over there in the Middle East, you have these, like I said, NGOs, non-government organizations. So they will be involved in proxy wars and things of that nature, and it causes more of a disturbance. It's less It's not as stabilized over in those regions. Those regions are destabilized. So you see the rise of a lot of these. My, you ready? Did she leave already? Oh, sorry, y'all. My baby just left to go. She went to go do something for the evening. So, maybe she ain't want to say nothing because she heard me up on this live. I told you my kids be knowing don't interrupt adults, but I don't mean that like not when you leaving out. But I guess she decided to leave out because she heard me up on this live talking. So anyway, so that's with because of the destabilization, but a lot of times our United States government carries out our Christian extremism for us. We don't. You have small groups and lone wolf attacks and things like that that happen here in the United States. But just think about like back when one thing I think that bothered me. This is a situation that bothered me really bad, y'all. I don't know if y'all remember the death of Matthew Shepard over in Laramie, right? But Matthew Shepard, this was years ago, was a young man who he was homosexual, and he was murdered by two men. And the claim was that like the defense of these two men, the thing that people tried to say to defend these two men was that Matthew Shepard was attempting to make a pass at them, and in addition to him being homosexual, he had AIDS. And so I don't know why people thought by telling this or speaking on this that this was some type of defense for the beating that he received from these two men. I I don't know whether to believe if Matthew Shepard ever really did what they said that he did. But even if he did, I would think that based on the fact that he was positive, that they should be have been more concerned about the transfer of blood while they were beating him. But they beat him to death and then they like tied him to this wire fence, right? This I cannot remember what year this was, but this bothered me so bad. And you saw so many Christian groups who were like making this excuse that, like, well, he made a pass at them, and this is why they responded that way. Um, and like as if it was an excuse or a justification. And then they when the trial came, right? Because these men were being tried for killing him. Um, you had these Christian far right groups led by Jesse Farwell. I'll never call him Reverend, right? Led by Jesse Farwell and those groups, like in that vein. And they stood outside of this building to protest homosexuality. Like they stood outside of the courthouse protesting homosexuality while they were there in a trial where a young man, was brutally beat by two hateful people. The focus wasn't on the hateful people. It was on the lifestyle of the person who was the victim. And they stood out there, and to me, that's terrorism. What Jerry Falwell and those far right Christian groups do to people, that is terroristic behavior. And that's what I mean by we can be as extreme. We can be as hateful in our heart. We can be as cold and brutal as those people that we um cast judgment on the other side of the hemisphere. It's just that those people tend to be like a little bit more loyal and they're willing to die for what they say they believe. So this is why you see them act out the way that they do. But here in the United States, we have lots of political infrastructure that kinds of acts out our hate, right? Our Christian hate and dominance around the world. Um, and so I don't think it's any different. I don't I highlight what we do here in the West. I highlight that Christian extremism to bring light to it, but I don't think anyone is any worse than the other. It's just that I think that respectfully, if we're going to talk about one, we should definitely talk about how the other one acts and how that behavior and what they do in the name of their government, in the name of what they quote as their God, how it is equally as bad. But so back to Brian Karn, because I had like steered off a little bit. So Brian Karn's attorney spoke, and he laid all this foundation of how good of a man Brian Karn is and all of the good things that he has done, and how he's gonna go into jail and come out better than he was before he went in, how he's taking accountability, and then he lays the foundation of what everybody sins. And so this is for his supporters, this is for his church members, his parishioners, because it was a decent amount of them outside of the courtroom. And based on the angle that Pam Esquire was getting, you couldn't really see like how many of them were out there, and then how hateful they were, right? On Pam's video, you did not get to see how hateful these people were, right? Well, today, Thais from the Thais Report, he is another content creator over there in the Carnal Church sector. Thais had a different angle, and he was in a different area outside of the courthouse than Pam. And Thais probably was more recognizable as somebody who's more controversial over there in that carnal church sector. Because Pam, like I told y'all the other day, she is like all over the place. So Pam, she's a lawyer. So a lot of times too, when she's giving her commentary, it's based on the law, right? But most of the other content creators over there in the carnal church sector, they are like gossip bloggers, right? And so their scrutiny is a little bit more harsh than Pam. Pam tries to keep it on focused on the law and not go into a lot of the salaciousness of the situation. But sometimes Pam, especially when it comes to the church people, she does cross over into that salacious part, because Pam has a thing, that she thinks about church people. And it is something that a lot of PKs, preachers' kids, have. Like, I think a lot of people could say I am kind of like that too. Like, most people who know me, they know I am very critical of the church. I'm gonna, just like I'm critical of America because I'm an American and I want to see America do best. I want to see America be a more perfect union. I want it to live up to what it has set its expectations to be, right? And I think when I look at the church, I have that same criticism. And so I look at it a different way. And I see sometimes Pam, when she's doing church content, um, she will give more of her opinion on the subject than when she's doing celebrity content pertaining to the law. Because when she's doing that, Pam normally can stick to the script and just stick to the law, right? But when it's church content, I think you see more of her personality. But Pam is not known to be as overly judgmental in that space either. And so a content creator like the Thais Report, he is overly critical in that space. He is friends right along with Larry Reed and William McCrae, and then him and King Giles have this ongoing beef. Him and St. James don't like each other too much, and Marcellus is kind of controversial for everybody, and Daryl Moore. And there are some others, because there are some ladies involved, but those men really dominate that carnal church sector, right? And so Thais, I had placed a video on my community wall of Thais's angle after coming out of the courtroom. Thais was met with a whole lot more hostility. You see it inside of the video. Like, Thais, it was wondering if Thais, that people was ready to rip him to shreds. Because these people will fight over their pastor. And this is what I mean by it being like a cult, right? And this is what I meant by the other day when I said that people need to be careful how they are using the Bible and God, what is God's word, what is proclaimed to be God's word. It is my opinion that the Bible was never used as should never be used as a tool or a weapon to justify wrong behavior. To me, should be a tool that should be used to show, okay, do what is right, right? Because if you don't do what's right, these are the things that can happen. And in that Bible, it tells the whole story. But too oftentimes, because of the way that leaders, Christian leaders, and other people who profess to be Christians, they want to justify their wrong behaviors. They will use words like favor with God, and they have a special place with God, and God loves them the most, and they will ordained by God, set apart by God. They will use all these terms, and these terms kind of groom individuals to make other people think it is okay for them to do wrongdoing and get away with doing it, all while overly scrutinizing you and your wrongdoing, right? And I think that that is the danger in the Bible being used in a way to try to justify behavior, because that's not how it was ever intended. The Bible is, a like I said, a compilations of stories, of books, of letters, of instructions, right? That um are written by various different, a whole bunch of different people. The message though has some cohesiveness, and this is what makes it a living breathing document, because it is all encompassing of anything you can think that you might encounter in life. You can find something in there to assist you with, right? That's why I call it a life application tool. It is more of a tool to help me in my life, to guide me in my life, than for me to take this book and try to beat someone else with it. In the book, it tells the story. It tells the complete story of all of these people that so many Christians venerate in the book. It tells the complete story. But somehow, when we're going through something, we skew the telling of the story either intentionally or unintentionally. Because some people skew it unintentionally because they really don't know the story. They really only know what they were told because they never read it for themselves. So they only know what they've been being told through years of sitting in church and listening to a pastor, or sitting in Sunday school, because they've never taken the time to really look at these stories independently. And but it tells a complete story. So one thing, so I listened to just so we can so I can explain what I mean. So today I compared Brian Carn and David E. Taylor and many other pastors to this guy that's been over here on YouTube, been over on Bigo, called the Holy Ghost Jehovah, or Jehovah the Holy Ghost, or something like that. He calls himself the Comforter. And he participates in debates in the conscious community. And I had explained like a little bit of his story, but these men that fall up under these Christian banner are no different than him. He might be a little bit more extreme and a little bit more obvious. And so it seems like when people follow him, you look at it and say, why is anybody following this? But it is because he is doing the same thing that these pastors do in the pulpit. And it's always a group that you can sell something to. It's always a group that you can pitch something to when you know what you're talking about, when you know the lay of the land, when you know the foundation. And that is exactly what Brian Carn did today in his sermon. So I can only listen to a few couple minutes because it is difficult for me to watch somebody weaponize the pulpit, right? I hate that. I hate watching a pastor weaponize the pulpit. And so he made a bold statement to say that he was not going to be addressing the situation at hand. And he made a statement to say, and this is in his pulpit this morning, right? I posted his church stream, right? And so he made a mention that he was not going to discuss anything. And he talked about that sometimes silence is the best way to deal with it, right? So I was like, okay, I know this is only a foundation. This is some bullshit, right? I knew he was going to say something, right? I knew he wasn't going to be able to keep his mouth closed. So, sure enough, here he comes with Moses parting the Red Sea, and him having the sea in the front of him, and a whole army coming behind him after him, right? And Moses is at this sea where he don't know a way out, right? And he's talking about the army is looking at the sea, and the army is saying, "We got him now." He's trapped. He don't got nowhere to go. This is his sermon. His sermon this morning comes from the parting of the Red Sea, right? I think he was in Exodus. And so I can't quite remember the text, but I think he was coming from Exodus. And so this becomes his sermon. And so I'm like, okay, so you're telling the people that you're not gonna talk about it, but you are gonna talk about it. You're gonna talk about it in your sermon. And to me, that is weaponizing your sermons. It is weaponizing the pulpit. And it is something that a lot of leaders, religious leaders, do in order to groom their parishioners. They use their bully pulpits in order to groom and keep reiterating things to their parishioners in order to get them to buy into what they were doing. I knew Karn was going to do one or two things. I knew he was either going to go to Moses, or and my second thing, I thought that he was going to go to Paul in prison, right? And so I was like, okay, which angle is he going to go? Is he going to talk about Moses? And I didn't know at what point in Moses's story he was going to start. But I had a feeling that he was going to go to the story of Moses, or he was going to go to Paul being in jail, whether it was when he got incarcerated with Silas, or when he was incarcerated all on his own, right? And so, like I said, this is how people take pieces of a story, pieces of a biblical story, in order to justify really their own wrongdoing. And sometimes it doesn't even fit the story that they're telling, because it doesn't match what was done, right? They start at a different point. There's probably something more that happened in that biblical character's life that they could probably relate their story to at the time, but they always go with the most grandiose thing in that biblical character's life in order to try to compare, right? And so I thought that the best story for him to really tell that could probably be more in comparison in relation to Moses would have been when the children of Israel wanted Moses while they were in the wilderness, and wanted Moses to go up to the mountain to talk to God, because they were afraid to go talk to him. Now, this is not, I'm not speaking about the time when he goes up there to get the 10 commandments. This is after, right? This is after. Moses actually pretends that he went up there and did talk to God, because at this point, Moses had no real connection. This is after Moses is being told that he will not enter the promised land, right? And so the veil has left Moses. But because the children of Israel could not, didn't know the authenticity of the veil in the first place, they couldn't tell that when Moses came down from the mountain that he hadn't seen God. They couldn't tell that the veil left Moses. But it was because they did not know anything about the true authenticity of the veil in the first place. And it was because they chose for God, for Moses to be the designated person to talk to God, instead of them talking and accessing God themselves. They were afraid. They were afraid. They were afraid for two reasons. And this is my interpretation of the story. One, talking to God yourself holds you into a different level of account. They didn't want that level of accountability. They wanted to be able to still to defer and say, well, that's what God told Moses. God didn't tell us. If they hadn't been willing to encounter God themselves rather than send Moses to the mountain to encounter, number one, they would have knew the true authenticity of the veil. And then so they would have known when the veil left, right? But in addition to that, they did not want the accountability, and they knew that they, because of their living, they were so living so messed up down there, doing all types. I mean, look at what they did once Moses went up there. Immediately they started to create this golden calf for worship, right? And so their minds were so messed up that they knew, they were so full of it, that they were scared that they were gonna die if they saw the face of God. So it was a fear, and it was fear that kept them from seeing God themselves, and it was them wanting to not be able to have to be accountable to their living that prevented them from wanting to talk to God themselves. And so they send Moses as this representative. And as a result, when the veil leaves Moses, the children of Israel don't even see it, right? And I think that that story is more congruent with what is going on with Prophet Brian Carr right now. His people don't even see that the veil is not there because they don't even know what it looked like in the first place. Because they chose him to be the one to talk to God rather than them to have right relationship with God themselves. And so, but who am I, right? I'm just a nobody. So Brian Kahn decides to compare himself to the story of Moses at the Red Sea. And he begins to preach along those lines. And this is preparing his parishioners for what he's about to go through for the next 9 months once he has to turn himself in. He's going to need them to continue to keep giving because he's going to need to pay that when he gets out. And that his ministry is his way of earning money. And so he needs to groom them in a direction that is going to encourage them. He this morning he gave them a brief chastisement about making sure that anybody that's in leadership needs to make sure they are also attending service. He laid all the foundation that he needs to lay to make sure that revenue keeps coming into the church while he is away, right, in jail. And also to make them believe that this is just a trial and a tribulation that the church is going through and they are going to come out better on the other side. And this is what I mean by not showing any level of accountability, because this is not a trial or tribulation. This is a choice. Brian Carn did this. This is the result. He was granted mercy by the court and by God as a result of what he was doing, because he was not just misappropriating the funds of the government, he was misappropriating the funds of the monies that the people of, quote unquote, people of God were giving to him. Those are donations. I don't understand why these pastors and preachers don't understand that they live off of donations. Like, they are the welfare recipients of their congregants, most of them. Now you have some of them who are mega church pastors, and they have taken that money and they have been kind of good stewards because they have invested it other places so that they can generate an income for themselves that's outside of the church, right? You have pastors who have done that. Um, and they have done a great job of that. But it started with the seed that was planted by their church members. So it still is their wealth still is amassed from the seed that their church members planted, especially those earlier members when they first started off, or if some of them end up going into their taking over their daddy's church, because you have a lot of them that do that. It is still a seed. It is a seed that is planted by that church member that gives you the opportunity to be able to venture out. I still know lots of pastors who work a regular job, who I'm able to say, like, okay, yeah, they are not living off of their church members, right? But you have lots of pastors who they count on that collection plate getting passed every Sunday in church. That is how they live. And so he needs to make sure he got to pay that $600,000 back. And then he needs to make sure that he is able not just to pay that 600,000 back, but that he is able to sustain his lifestyle when he comes out. He doesn't want to come out of there after 9 months and then the church, the members go other places. Because that's the other thing about cult members. Sometimes they always need a leader, right? So they're gonna put somebody else up. When Moses was taking too long to come down from the mountain, this is why. I could have like kind of like took the scripture and found a way to kind of like preach a sermon around what happened with Brian Carr, right? So when Moses came off of the mountain, before he came down from the mountain the first time, when he ended up breaking the tablets with the 10 Commandments on it, when he came down there because they had made this golden calf, right? Look at what they did. They became impatient. The children of Israel, they became impatient. And so they were looking to appoint another leader because they felt like Moses was taking too long. They knew their fear and going before God, because they felt like, oh, we full of sin. And we know if we went to go see God, we would surely die, right? Because that was the superstition at the time, right? The superstition was, if you were to see the face of God, you will die. And so this is what they were afraid of, and it was because of their sin. This is what they were told, right? And so because of that, they went to look towards Moses to go. You go. They put him up. You go back up there. You saw him before and you lived. Yeah, your hair turned white, but you lived, right? So we didn't watch you part the sea when you stuck your staff out. He was listening to you. So you go back up there. Never mind if Moses had done something that could potentially cause him to go to that mountain and die because of him seeing the face of God. They rather him go up there and die than them to hear the voice of God, right? On what to do next. And so they sent him up there, but when it was taking him too long and they were doubting whether he was going to come back down, then they started to do things in order for them to put a new system in place. And this is what Brian Carr knows, right? He knows that if you leave the people idle and you don't give them proper instruction and you don't groom them to make sure that they believe the veil is still there, even though it's gone, right? Then I might come back and not only might not I not be able to pay back this $600,000 that I owe to the IRS, but then I'm not going to be able to afford my lifestyle. You know that I avoided paying the IRS to maintain, and so that is something like that I'm always looking at when I'm looking at these leaders. Like I said, go look at the video that I posted from the Thais report. He has a very different angle, a very different situation than what Pam Esquire had. The people told Pam they didn't want her to record them, and Pam decided I'm not gonna record. Out of respect, she kind of like kept the camera on her. And then when Karn and his legal team and his entourage came out, they turned the camera to them. But Pam kind of like respectfully didn't turn the camera onto the crowd. Well, Thais turned the camera onto the crowd, and it sparked a reaction from the crowd. And these people tried to tell him that he have no right to be filming. He need to turn it off. Nobody asked him to be there. Like, I mean, Thais is telling like this is a public place, but this is cult members. Church members are good cult members. That's why anytime you want to make a cult, go get the people from the church. This is another reason why how when you see like online, when I be looking at these different sectors online, right? It's a lot of church people who are in these sectors, and it's a lot of old ladies who be giving a lot of money because they used to this. This is how they were conditioned and trained to do that. Now they give most of the time they giving the money to the male content creators. Child, they ain't giving to the women like they give to the men. They will come on this app. I see them, and they will give their money to all of these male content creators talking all this crazy ass shit. But let a woman get up and say something that makes sense. They might sit there and in agreement, but they ain't putting their purse out like that, y'all. They ain't sticking their purse out like that. So that was Brian Karn, and so that was one topic I wanted to talk to you guys about. So the next topic I wanted to talk to you guys about, y'all, they done got a hold of Jarvis Butt's jail calls, okay, over there in the Nazaria Harris sector. So y'all know we talked about Nazaria Harris. She was the little girl over there in Detroit where her aunt's baby daddy was molesting her, and as a result of him molesting her, she ends up pregnant, and then she ends up unalive, right? And it is then found out that Jarvis, who was the aunt's baby daddy, her aunt's name was Shannon, because Shannon has a twin, Marquita and Shannon. And Annette was the grandmother. Naziah, grandmother, Annette had custody of her. And she lived in the house with her Aunt Shannon, her grandmother, and then her cousins. And then her grandmother also had some foster kids. And so Jarvis was not only molesting Naziah, he was molesting his own daughter and potentially maybe some of the other kids in the house. Who knows? We know one daughter for sure. We don't know if it was any of the other kids. Maybe they just didn't come forward and say anything yet. But the one daughter he was molesting as well of his biological daughter, who was Nazia's cousin, and Nazia. And like I said, Nazia ended up pregnant, and Nazia ended up unalive, unfortunately, at the hands of Jarvis Butts. And a few weeks ago, maybe a little over a month ago, Jarvis ended up taking his own life after being sentenced. And so now, I think the person's name that got the calls actually probably put in a FOIA request. I think her name is Ashley B or something like that. But she got a hold of these calls, and so I saw yesterday, because I watched Tootie. She's one of the content creators over there in the Nazia Harris sector. She is almost like really the only one I could stomach to listen to outside of Kawana. Kawana is Nazia's second cousin. She's Nazia Harris's mother's first cousin, and she was Nazia's second cousin, and that is her aunt. And so I outside of me watching Kawana, Tootie, sometimes they say Toot for short, but the name is listed as Tootie, right? But we say Toot for short. So Toot was going to analyze these calls. So I was like, okay, I'm going to listen to her analyze the calls, because I like to listen. Even though it's a very serious topic and I take it serious, I still like to listen to the jail calls like in a commentary style versus me listening to the jail call straight through. A lot of times I'll go back sometimes and I'll listen to the jail call straight through after I listen to it in the form of commentary, right? So she was playing the jail calls and doing commentary on the jail calls. So y'all, let me tell y'all about these calls. Jarvis up on this line. Now, the first part, because it's 3 parts released so far of the jail calls. And all of the dates right now for the month of February of 2024. And so these are the calls that happened right while Nazia is missing. They haven't yet determined that she had been unalived yet. She was missing. And by the time these calls start, she is reported missing to the police. So we know there was a period of time with Nazia where she wasn't reported missing to the police. Initially, her grandmother only reported her missing to the school resource officer, right? And then when some other family members stuck their nose into the business, then that's when Annette went to the police. And that's when all of this stuff kicked off and started, right? So, these calls, Jarvis had to turn himself in for some other charges, right? That had nothing to do with Nazia. So the day Nazia was unalive, the day before he was supposed to originally turn himself in on those other charges, right? And he was supposed to go in the day after she was unalive. He was supposed to turn himself in the next day. But something happened to where he wasn't required to turn himself in that next day. So I think he got like an extra month out and then had to turn himself in. So these jail calls start at that point. So at this point, Nazia is reported missing, but she was reported a runaway. And I always overly emphasize that. Hey Miller, hey boo, how you doing? I'm talking about the jail calls, because I don't know if you've seen, but they got Jarvis jail calls, right? So they start their jail calls from February of 2024 when Jarvis first turned himself in. And this is Nazia went missing in January, right? And so this is fresh. All of this is fresh. They don't know anything about her being unalive, don't know why she's missing, don't know that if anybody else had anything to do with her being missing. They just know that she's missing at this point. And so, you said what the jail calls? Yes. Yeah. Hey girl, are you live right now or am I tripping? I am live. Are you listening to me? Can you hear me? Josephine? You said, am I live right now? Are you live right now or am I tripping? Yes, I'm live, right? So, yes, they got the jail calls. So, he calls. Now, I agree with Toot, y'all. When y'all listen to the jail calls, if y'all have not listened to it already, y'all let me know what y'all think. Because I know y'all ladies been following this case too. It sounds like on the first part of this first set of jail calls, because right now 3 parts have been released so far. So it sounds like on the first part that there it's possibly two different women in that first part. But everybody in the chat kept saying it was the same one. You said, I hear you, but I am high. I don't like this vertical orientation. I don't know what I don't know. I don't know when I'm going live on here. Just be I forgot about that. I forgot that it does that. So I have to look into when I'm going live because most of the time I'm going live on StreamYard. So I don't know. I just jumped on here. I noticed a whole bunch of different things by me going on the YouTube live. So I'm on the YouTube live right now instead of StreamYard. So it sounds like it's more than one woman in that first set of jail calls. The first set, part one. But everybody in the chat was saying that it's the same woman. But it don't sound like a woman, y'all. This sound like I'm not going. She sound like a young girl, but you said, "Ma'am, you disturbed my sleep with the notice about them calls." But I did get up. Listen, the girl has to. If they saying it's the same girl, she has to be of an age at least where she's working because he's talking to her about money, of course, giving money. And this is immediately he is talking to this girl about putting the money on his thing like right away. Like the first call when he called it, did you hear it, Desvi? He calls her and basically tell her, wake up, wake up, wake up. He's like yelling at her to wake up. And then he's telling her, write this down. And he's giving her instructions to put money on the jail. You say, no, I think it was 3 women, including Shannon. The one he was hitting up for money was recorded with a content creator. She said she was 31. Okay. The 31 year, okay. That's what I'm saying. It sounds like it was at least 2 different women in that first set of calls. Now, I know Shannon was on part two. Part two, I think all of those calls on part two was Shannon. But in part one, it sounded like it was at least 2 different women, if not 3. But I know for sure at least 2 different ones. And if that's the case, he was asking 2 of them for money because that one that sound real young, she was saying something about I put $68 on there, daddy. And that's what's making me think that one is a different one. That the one that sound real young. Because she was calling him daddy. The other lady was not calling him that. She might have said babe or whatever, but that younger girl was saying daddy to him. And then we didn't hear nobody calling him daddy on none of the rest of the other calls, except for the kids. The one time that the kids talked to him with Shannon. You say you think she may be a little delayed. I'm so curious to see if she looks like the right. Okay, wait a minute. And that's another reason, just be that I said I think that there was a difference in the women that was on that first set of calls. Because then on the part 3, right? You said the last one who said she knew his court dates was yes, that's what I was getting ready to say. But the chat is trying to say, just be that is all the same woman, right? So from part 1 to part 3, that's all the same woman. Part 2 is definitely Shannon. But the chat is saying that they are the same woman because they are saying it was the same phone number. That's what they're saying. Now, I don't know, but it did not sound like the same woman to me. The woman in that part 3, when she got on him after she said she seen them that he had caught on YouTube, that's a different lady. Yeah, me too, Just be. I think it's 2 women, one young one, and probably that 31-year-old one you said, and then Shannon. The one thing though, I think that we can confirm is that Jarvis, number one, he was making sure he had his money lined up. He wanted to make sure that they was gonna be, because even when I hate to jump all the way to part 3, right? But after she told him that he's keeping her in the dark and that she saw on YouTube that he had a court date, and she was able to see everything on YouTube. All he was worried about is, oh, so you gonna leave me? Cause all he worried about is his money. Talking about everybody, you said maybe. I told you we needed to see who was going to show up to trial. I told you it was at least. Listen, I think it's way more than two more. But just I think maybe them women don't want to like show their face. I think it now. I think it is really about to be something because now they're gonna hear their calls. They're gonna hear their calls on this line. I think we are about to hear way more women than that on this line. Cause none of them women sound like the fiance that testified on the stand. First of all, we know they wasn't the fiance that testified. These new women are probably yeah, they probably fiancés too, just be because he is promising. He was on there promising each one of them that when he get out this time, that he's gonna, for their loyalty to him, that he's gonna do right, and he's getting too old to be going in and out of jail, and so and promising them he gonna be with each one of them, from Shannon to the one that sounded like she was young, to the 31-year-old one, but none of them was the fiance because the fiance knew. She was in court. She was testifying in court. So we know remember, we heard the one call with the fiance where he's going off on her and telling her she need to fall in line, step in line, right? But and telling her that telling the fiance that she thinking too much of herself because she think just because he picked her that now she can just be reckless. It's on Toots. Toot is doing commentary. So it's somebody named Ashley B. I think that Miller that actually got the FOIA request to get the calls. And on her channel, she's playing it straight through. I'll post her channel too on my community wall after this so that y'all will be able to find it. If just in case you want to see just the straight calls. But Toot is playing the calls and providing commentary while playing the call. So these calls are over the Jarvis is dead wrong. Now, just be okay. Tell me, what do you think about Shannon from the call? What do you think now? Do you think that Shannon knew? Do you think that Shannon was trying to like send some type of signals or clues to Jarvis by what she was saying? Or do you think that she really was shocked? I, this and this the only reason why I might say that I think it was a little bit level of shock, y'all. Because I do think that there's some cognitive delays with this girl. I think it's some kind of cognitive delays. And I also think that because of what they had gone through as young girls, as children, and what was allowed to happen to them, I think that's part of why they didn't make a big deal and why they were okay with concealing what Jarvis may have been doing. I think they were trying to just I think they looked at it like it happened to us and we got over it, so they'll get over it too. It ain't no big deal. And that's a horrible way to consider something. You said, I think what I've always thought, she's trash and she cares more about that man than using critical thinking to make proper choices when it comes to her. I agree with all of that part. I agree with all of that part. I don't disagree. I just am trying to get to the root of the type of thinking that you saw. Like, what makes you see okay, first, let's go back to the birthday party. This is even before Naziah is missing. You said, I'm not sure if the police were there when she finally asked about what happened to that child. Maybe that was the case. I don't know. But if you go back to the birthday party, Naziah, along with two of the other children, and one of the other children was one of her children at the time, let her know that Jarvis was up to that pedo behavior, right? And so that was at the birthday party. So y'all had some inkling. CPS came in. The children initially said one thing, and then they said something else. And it's most of the people believe that the reason the children changed the story was because of after being talked to by Annette and Shannon. And that was what made them recant their story about the abuse and the inappropriate behavior that Jarvis was doing, right? And so you knew that that was happening then, but then in addition to that, there was confirmation that she had been told another time by Janiyah, her daughter. Janiyah went to her mother again another time. And remember, because when they had their preliminary hearing for her and her charges, it said that she got disciplined for it. You said, I think Jarvis knows what he's doing. Shannon was working in child number 6 with a registered offender. Other kids have accused him. Her own child, he had a 2-year-old with another woman. Exactly. Like, the way she sounded like she was so surprised on that phone call, I was like, you gotta be kidding me. Either this is either a act or something is really slow here. Like something is really, really slow. Like you're not believing no sex offender when all of these amount of kids are coming and telling you that this man is doing this horrible thing to them, including your daughter. And then, okay, he tell you he ain't doing it or whatever. And then for some stupid ass reason, you believe him and you discipline the kids for saying this. When it comes time for you then to see what the police let you see, for you to open up Naziah's tablet that you had to hand over to police and see what was in there, that's when the light bulb should go off. You shouldn't even have to ask that nigga. It's nothing like I she just says she sounded so shocked. And I don't know if that was acting skills or really some type of mental delayed detachment, because that is the type of response that a person that maybe might be dealing with some type of cognitive delay, that is it sounds like that kind of response. I know some people think it was something more calculated about how she was on the phone. And you're right, Just B. I think that it is possible that maybe was law enforcement there while she was having that conversation. I think that would be the only possibility of another reason to explain the level of shock that she had. Outside of that, that level of shock, because it was like as if she really, this how it sounded like to me. It sounded like she was really hurt. Not at her niece missing. Not that he did this to her niece, not that he did this to her niece who was a minor, but that he did this with another woman, period. Because she was putting emphasis on you are talking to her like you talk to me. She mentions Naziah telling him to not go in her room. Like, it was the things that she chose. And I agree with everybody. Like, prior to that call, she had not said a word about Naziah. Now, your niece is missing. We know that now this is around the time that people are actively looking for her. You don't mention nothing to Jarvis, not just in casual conversation. You not sounding like you down, like you upset, like you so concerned. Even if you don't want to talk about her missing, because if it's gonna bring up too much emotion while you on the phone, it's something it's something in your voice or something that should let people know you were dealing with something serious during that time. It was nothing in none of those other calls. She talked about not wanting to be living with Annette. That Annette getting on her nerves. Jarvis talked about, I never wanted you going to go live there with her in the first place. It's speculation to whether Jarvis is getting money from the other ladies in order to give it to Shannon. Because he asked her on one of the calls, did you get the money I sent you? That's why he was so adamant to them ladies about sending that money to the Cash App. He told them, send some of the money to me on my account here, and then send the other money to the Cash App. Child, when I heard, I was like, you want to know what? And then he was saying something about the kids' phones. With one of them, he was talking about the kids' phone being connected to his line. So that's why she needs to pay the phone bill to keep the phone on. I'm like, damn, mama need to pay the phone bill. Why would one of these ladies who is not the mama of the kids need to be paying the phone bill? If you in jail and you can't pay the phone bill, why can't they pay the phone bill when the phone is for their kids to have? They are benefiting from their kids having the phone too. I'm sure the mothers contact their kids on that same phone. I'm sure I'm sure they don't got a different phone that they calling their kids on. So why wouldn't one of them just take over the bill? Especially the one that got the most kids probably on it. Because Shannon kids probably was the most kids on the phone account. I don't know if Shannon um if I don't know which kids, because he didn't specify which kids um were on the phone on the account, and that's why the phone bill needed to stay on. But if you got one of these other ladies paying the bill for somebody else's kid's phone. You said just you said reasonable adults would have been screaming about if he like kids. Did he hurt his own kid? What other kids? I covered you after the birth. Exactly, exactly. That's what I'm saying. She's not saying none of that. Just be. That's why I'm saying like it is something mentally like going on with the mental faculties, because she wasn't saying none of that. She was focused on the fact that he's talking sex talk with Naziah, and that Naziah was able to influence him not to go into her bedroom. You said, and that's another thing. You working on baby number 6, but you exactly, exactly. And look, we know that just be okay. In light of now that we know, Janelle had given her a whole place. How did you lose that place that Janelle gave you? Because when Janelle switched that place over to Shannon, when I guess Janelle was getting Section 8 or something. I don't know how this works. Cause I didn't heard people talk about they didn't transfer their Section 8 to somebody. Girl, I ain't never heard no shit. Like, I don't understand nothing about this. I ain't never been nowhere near. So if it's anybody who do know, I am not casing no judgments, because people gotta use what they can. And sometimes I know when people are living in dealing with impoverished situations, it's no space is created for upward mobility, and so some people choose to stay within the guidelines to continue getting their Section 8, because if they try to get out of another earning a bracket of earning more money, and then they got to try to go live on their own, they are afraid that if something happened and they lose their job, because a lot of times these are people who are just going into the workforce or might be trying something new in the workforce, that then they are afraid they won't have a place to live. So there's all types of things that keep people in a situation where they are getting Section 8. But I don't know what happens with Section 8. But I remember Janelle, Just B, do you remember? You said, I don't think Shannon's slow. Her first response is to protect Jarvis. That's what. Oh, I don't know. I think it's a combination. I think it's a combination of it, Just be. But do you remember when Janelle was saying something about that? At one point, I guess Janelle was getting some kind of housing. I don't know if it was Section 8 or some other kind of program or something. And then Janelle had basically I forgot what it's called. I guess her income had increased. And so she kind of aged out of it or something because of her income. And so, but some kind of way she was able to pass the place on to Shannon. I don't know how that worked, but I remember Janelle talking about this. So the old place that Janelle had, that she had the whatever this program was, housing program was, Shannon was staying in there. You said I never had Section 8, but I think it can be transferred to another person. Okay. So, because, okay, that's, okay, so that's probably what it was, Miller, because Janelle said that Shannon was living with her when she had Janiyah. You said Janelle said if you add an adult to the Section 8 lease or a soon to be adult, it apparently gets passed down after the initial application. Okay. Okay. So there you go. Because I wasn't understanding that part of it. I was like, how the hell did Janelle pass her Section 8 to to Shannon? But okay, that explains it, because I do remember Janelle saying that when Shannon had Janiyah, Shannon was living with Janelle. So, okay, so that makes sense. So my question is, how in the hell did Shannon lose the damn Section 8? How did she lose the Section 8? I'm wondering, you want to know what I'm wondering, if how about she lost that Section 8? Because she let his convicted felon ass come stay in there, and then they found out. They found out. You said Janelle said it's hood strategy to pass on Section 8. I had no clue. I didn't even just be. I was like, I know that people have said they have done that, but generally, I know when they said it, it might have been a mother and a daughter or something like that. And then I figured, okay, it had something to do with the application. But I guess it could be any household member, according to what Janelle is saying. I guess it's any household member that you put on there, and it can be passed down. But my question becomes, how did Shannon lose the Section 8? Because this Section 8 people don't be losing their Section 8. Most of the Section 8 people I know, they make sure they do what they got to do. It is rare that I know somebody who loses their Section 8. So what did Shannon do to lose the damn Section 8? You said Janelle said there were complaints about them. But also, and more importantly, Janelle was calling down to to CPS. Yes, and then they found out that convicted felon was in there, because she said Jarvis was going to stay over there. And so I think that might be part of the reason how she got out of the housing anyway. And that's probably why Jarvis is on the goddamn jail call talking about he's going to help her to get out of Annette house. As soon as he get out, he's going to set them up in their own place, and then it's just going to be theirs, because he is probably part of the reason why she got kicked out in the first place and lost the damn Section 8. Like, at first, Janelle and Annette was trying to make it seem like that Shannon still had that house, right? But she was choosing to stay over at the house with Annette. But through these calls now, we find out, no, she lost it, because Janelle never told us, or I don't recall Janelle telling us that Shannon lost the Section 8. I know she said that she lost a place, but I didn't recall Janelle saying Shannon lost the Section 8. So generally, I thought if you lose the place where the Section 8 is, you can go take it to somewhere else. So I assumed that when Shannon and Annette was trying to make it seem like that Shannon was staying somewhere else. And you want to know what? That's probably the main reason why when Annette was getting on that stand and talking about that Jarvis Burley came in the house, that's probably why she was saying that, because she probably know the reason why part of the reason Shannon lost that Section 8 is because they found out she was having that convicted felon who was also a SAer of children coming over there at that house. And that wasn't trying to lose none of her services, y'all. You said she was calling down there saying, hey, it's a sex offender in there, down to the housing office. Janelle was calling CPS in Section 8. Absolutely, yes. But I didn't ever recall Janelle saying that they took the Section 8. So because with Shannon, at first with Shannon and that tried to portray that Shannon was voluntarily staying at the house with Annette. And so I thought that it was maybe because she get more help with the kids over there when she's over there with her mama, because you know that that's how some of these girls are like that. So I thought it was probably because she felt like with all them kids she get more help from her mother when she's over there at her mother house. But she might have still had, they made it seem like she still had her own place. And then when she was over at Marquita's house, I thought that was because of all of the threats and stuff that was coming. as a result of the case and all of the updates and stuff, and it becoming more public and people finding out what happened. And so then she couldn't go back to her own house. You said Miller, you said they protect their Section 8 at all costs. You have to be slow to lose. Exactly. Like that's what blew me. I'm like, she lost the damn Section 8. Because that was not. I don't think that was something that I didn't know that. You said, yep, and that didn't want him placed in that house, but also she just generally wanted to pretend that she's just in. Exactly. Janelle never said she lost Section 8, just that she lost it. Right. Right. That's what I remember, just that she lost the townhouse. So when they were portraying like she still had her own place, and Shannon were probably portraying that because they didn't want to give no indication that Jarvis was coming over to that house. Cause he is probably a main reason why she got put out. And on that jail call, that's probably why we hear him say he is going to get them in a place. Cause he knows that he's responsible for them losing the Section 8. So now, instead of them going to the state to get the Section 8, he gonna find some way to work these women in order to get the money to take care of Shannon and them kids. Because that's what he was doing in the jail. He asked Shannon, did you get the money I sent you? Where did Jarvis get that money from? He got their money from them ladies. That's what I think. It's going to be more than two different voices that we hear in all of these jail calls. I think it's just getting started. I think it's just getting started. Because we know for a fact that we ain't hear the fiance voice, and she's one of the women. We know for a fact that he had some kind of conversation with the baby mama that he took the car and wrecked the car. We didn't hear her voice yet. We didn't hear her. So it's gonna be some more. And Lord God, we're gonna find out all of who was taking care of Shannon. You said, I wish my mama would sit by and watch me have 5 kids for a mechanic convict, no mirth, homeless, and move in with her. Exactly. My mother has been waiting for an opportunity to beat me for at least 20 years. I think she had ran on. Exactly. Exactly, girl. And then it made you lose your Section 8. I'm sorry. That is ridiculous. That's why I say it is something cognitively going on. Yeah, she want to protect Jarvis, but girl, you didn't risk your housing for this nigga. And I'm pretty sure she got a warning, y'all. I'm pretty sure that even after Janelle called and did all of that, them people probably gave her a warning. Once they gave that warning, even if you was letting him come there before the warning, after the warning, that should have been it. No, get your ass the fuck out. Like, you don't have no way to pay for housing if you lose that Section 8 voucher. I could not. I was blown when on that call when she said that when she made it known that she had to live with Annette. I'm like, what? Didn't she say that? Didn't they say she still had her own place? What happened to the damn Section 8? Like, you couldn't get it no better than that. So many of these people I know, they be waiting years. Sometimes they never even make. They've been on the list so long. By the time their name come up, their children be adults. They be waiting on years to get to the top of that Section 8 list to get that voucher. You got a voucher passed down to you, and you effed up the voucher. You said the baby mama with the rep card is the one I want to hear from, but she probably don't know more than the others until exactly. Like, we about to find out all the women who were sending Jarvis money and taking care of Shannon via Jarvis Cash App. Because Jarvis wanted to make sure he had a little bit of that money up on his jail account, and then the rest of the money sent to the cash app. It's one thing for you to try to do something, to help a nigga out and send a little something to the jail account or whatever, so they can get some stuff on the commissary or whatever. But the minute that nigga would have asked me to send some shit, and he tried to tell her it was to keep his shop, to keep the shop going. What the hell am I giving you money to pay rent on a shop that you're not able to use? Cause you in there. You the one doing all the work in the damn shop. Cause the man who owned the shop, he said that. He said Jarvis didn't never want nobody else working there with him. He just wanted to be the one doing all the work. I guess to get the money. So what do you need to maintain a shop you renting? You don't own that shop. What did you need to maintain the rent on a shop for while you locked up in jail? You said Janelle hinted that Shannon had complaints of crimes running through the Section 8 spot. I don't know if it's prostitution or a little bit of green, but I think it was Janelle with the complaint. Yeah, listen. I don't know what. I think it could be all a combination. It could have all been a combination of things. Cause they said that the kids. This is Shannon and that admitted this that the kids would Nazaria would go over to uh Shannon's and spend the night. So we know that if he was going over to and that's for Nazaria, we know that what he was doing when Nazaria was there at Shannon's house. I Child, Jarvis be working them ladies. I don't know what they be doing. Cause it is no way that I'm gonna be worried about putting no money on somebody's books, then their cash app to keep some shop going where you can't even do no damn work. You said that's what I was wondering. You need rent and her phone on a shop while you locked up. Who's calling you for exactly? I could not understand it. I was like, what kind of excuse is this? Like, who falls for this? Like, I would have been like, nigga, listen, I put this money on this commissary for you to be able to get you a couple of little snacks and cook on that hot plate. That's all you gonna have for the month. Don't ask me no more. I mean, he was on there hounding them, and it part of the money, put part of the money on here, and then part of the money. I be like, nigga, that's all of the money. What the fuck is you talking about? All of the money is on your commissary, and that's it. That's it. And then if it was for some reason that the cell phone needed to be on that I felt was justifiable, I don't know what that would have been, y'all. I don't know what reason it would have been that it would have been justifiable for that cell phone to stay on. But if it was some reason that it was justifiable that that cell phone needed to stay on, I'm paying the bill directly. I'm not sending it to no goddamn cash app. Give me the information. I'll pay the bill directly. Where is the phone? Is this your business phone? Okay, I need to, if I'm paying the bill, I need to have the phone so that then I can direct the traffic of where the business need to go. If you asking me to do it, that's what's gonna be. That's what's gonna happen. Now, if you don't want that to happen, then go get somebody else to do it. But that's what's gonna happen. I'm not sending no money for no monthly bills for a shop rental. I am really curious to know how much money this was. Cause all the one girl just kept saying the $68. I guess that I think she said 68 or 58 or 78, something like that. That must have been going to the commissary at the jail. And then I want to know what was the rest? What was the rest? What was those amounts? Girl, I can't wait till they. But yeah, that those calls with Shannon was not worried about no. It was like an afterthought for her to keep saying, I need to know. I just need you to tell me where my niece is at. Like that part did just be make it sound like that maybe law enforcement was right there at that point. Cause when she initially started, the questions was all about the fact that you're having this sex talk with my niece, the same way you talk to me. That you let my niece influence you not to come in my bedroom one night. Like that was her initial concern. You said, that's what I was wondering. You need rent and a phone on the shop. Well, I read that one already. That girl was talking about $68. She ain't keeping no shop open. Or exactly. That's why I said it was two different ones. It was two. That was two different girls. I don't care what nobody say. I don't know whether he got one of his homeboys that didn't call them or something. Um, and that's why the numbers are the same. But or even if maybe Shannon was calling them, who knows? Because Shannon was getting money out the deal. So maybe she was okay calling them on the phone. I don't know who was calling them, but They say that the chat was saying that the phone number was the same, and that's why they thought that it was the same woman that was on that call. Yeah, $68 ain't paying for a damn thing. Listen, that ain't even giving a nigga a week's worth of commissary up in there. As high as them damn prices is up in there. It's not. It's not. So I know Jarvis had to get the scrape him up some more commissary money too. It was, I guess it was general. Yeah, yeah, I think I heard three voices too, but it was at least two. And then Shannon. So then it was either three or four different women. And he was telling all of them he loved them, child. He was telling all of them he loved them. He was telling all of them when he get out of jail that he's gonna act right and he's gonna be with each one of them. All of them. I was like, child, this don't make no damn sense. They didn't got a hold of this boy goddamn jail calls and really about to expose him. I mean, he's gone now, so it doesn't mean anything. Even if he was here, I guess if he was here, I guess it would stop the money train from coming in. But I'm more so listening to the calls because I want to see if he ever says anything that admits what he does. We know we not gonna hear like on these early on calls because right now on them calls, Jarvis acting like he ain't do shit. He don't know nothing. He ain't do nothing. He ain't even told the one lady that he had caught. Boy, when she told him that, that was the funniest one. The funniest call was when Jarvis found out that the goddamn court hearing was on you. Jarvis Jarvis thought he was going to keep getting away with lying and keep up this story that he don't know nothing that's going on, telling the story the way he wants to. But when she said, "I seen it on you," it's on YouTube. I told you, I seen it on you. Jarvis tried to act like she's being influenced by other people and what they telling her, and she need to stop listening to other people. She said it's on you. Jarvis, when she said it was on YouTube, Jarvis got real quiet. I know Jarvis was like, what the hell is nigga, you done made it to the fucking big stage now. Your shit is on the YouTube. You say he's like Carla, he thinks without a body won't be no charge. Yeah, that's what he thought. That's what he thought. And remember the little girl, the one in Florida? Her name was her name Janiyah too? Remember the little girl in Florida with that case that was I mean, the little girl looked like Naziah. The man, the perpetrator, he looked like Jarvis. It was both situation was involving the aunt, somebody related to the aunt. The one in Florida was the aunt's husband, Jarvis, the aunt baby daddy. Same scenario. They never found her body either, and they convicted him. They never found her body, but they convicted him. You said I think the first victim was 15. It was classified as person under the age of 17. Yes, yes. I remember her saying that. Cause she said she was like, I got all the court dates. She told because he tried to act like he ain't know, trying to act like they just came and grabbed him and picked him up off his jail job to come to court. He didn't even know he was supposed to go to court. Trying to lie and tell her that that's why he didn't tell her that he had court. And she's like, yeah, but I talked to you the day that you had court and you didn't mention nothing about you having gone to court. You said, and if it's on YouTube, it's circulating through the right. It's got to be rough knowing all in your business, and you can't keep right, right. You just lying. You lying to these other ladies about what you in there for. Why they did not go look and check to see what is he in there for? I don't know. Or what is it like? That's for the life of me. I don't understand that part where people say. I don't understand the people who are saying, well, we didn't know why he was in there. You ain't, I'm not sending no money to nobody that I don't know why you in jail. I, I don't understand that. I'm going to at least go look. Now, I might not judge you for whatever, depending on what it is, but I'm at least go look. So he's sitting up here lying telling these ladies he in there for something else, and then she come up on the YouTube to see what the hell going on. The part that got me though about her, y'all, she confronts him about it, but then she's like, "But I didn't say that. Doesn't mean that I'm leaving. That doesn't mean I'm gone. That doesn't mean I don't want to be with you." What? What? Like the way she confronted him was like the right way, but then how she responded, I'm like, okay, this don't match. You said it. You said in Florida the girl was named Ayana. Okay, Ayana. I couldn't remember. I knew it was something with a like they rhyme with those names. But many men are in prison with exactly a lot of them without a body. A lot of them. I don't know why people think you gotta have a body. Now, evidence gotta be strong when you don't have the body, but these people better stop thinking that just because they got rid of the body that they ain't gonna be held accountable because um that's what kind of messed me up about with the Summer Wells situation. I thought her parents had something to do with that shit. I don't know what I something needed to be done with that Summer Wells. I don't care. You said I do think there are people who would stick by you no matter what, but that really limited to your parents. To your parents, like I said, maybe a sibling, even if I'm your sibling and I'm mad at what you did, I might say, okay, that's still my brother. Let me say, even if I'm not talking to you, let me send $50 over here. So like I when it comes to, and he's being deceptive. Like you know why he did not tell you he had a court date. When she even says herself on the line that she's like, ew, oh my, yuck, like she's expressing disgust at what's being said. And this my thing. So then after you went and you looked him up, I mean, after you seen this on YouTube and then you go to look up the rest and you see all the rest of the stuff, you think all of that's lies? Ain't none of it true? That's my thing. He's not telling you. He's being deceitful and telling you why he's like, and then why the other girl asked him he can't pay a bond or something to get out. I think she didn't even understand that he was going in there really to do a jail sentence. She making it seem like he just got arrested and she trying to figure out, can she pay a bond for him to get out? I don't understand what any of them was thinking. Like in talking to him and understanding what he was dealing with and why he was in there in the first place. I can see the shock of the Nazaya thing coming up because when he went in there, he didn't go in there being accused of that. You said that was the third call up. And I know after she found out a minimum of two more details, she was like, yeah. Because the last call that they played, it sounds like the next call we get is going to be the final call on that one, Just V. I think the next call, I think she needed to see about 1 or 2 more days of the preliminary hearing. And after that, that's when she seen the sister get on the stand, that, let me tell you, that's the call I want to hear. I want to hear the call after she saw Jarvis' sister get on the stand. Because if you act like you don't believe none of the rest of these ladies, I want to hear the call after you hear the fiance get on the stand. Because the fiance is just crazy. It is just crazy that on YouTube, your girlfriend who you are getting money from in jail and talking to every single day, hounding about putting money on that commissary and doing video visits, that she about to hear that you got a whole fiance that's testifying in this preliminary hearing of you unaliving this little girl who you was molesting. That whole scenario is crazy. So it's either going to be after she hears the fiance's testimony or the sister. That's it. I don't think that one is going to be having no more conversation with him. You said, I can't believe nothing ever came of Summer Wells' case. I don't know if the parents did it because they seem too slow to put off a murder and be. I don't. I don't know why Miller. I think that little girl was sold to somebody or something. I don't know. Something is just weird about it. Something is weird about it. I I don't know if that little girl got sold to somebody. I don't know. But then I thought about it because then after looking at this case that we just watched with this Warner, the Warner guy, he was a FedEx worker. He just stole the little girl up off of the road. So I guess somebody could have just come and taken her, but I don't know. It seemed like I don't know. Them parents were suspect to me. I don't know what happened. I don't know. Candace, I don't maybe the daddy, because he was at work that day. I don't know. Maybe the day. But something about what Candace had going on seemed too suspect to me. I don't know what. Girl, when I look with Summer Wells, when I looked at that little space that they had to crawl up in to go up in that bedroom, that girl, when you see some of this shit, when these people be going through these cases are crazy. You said, but those calls weren't around the time of the preliminary hearing. The call started in February. I think the hearing wasn't until September. Yeah, so that's what I'm. So on YouTube, she was only seeing like at the time of the February calls she was only seeing like the commentary on YouTube. That must be what she was saying. And then they were on there talking about with other cases. Okay, the preliminary hearing wasn't until September. But didn't when did they charge him with it? That's what we got to go back and look and see that, y'all. We got to look and see when Jarvis was officially charged. And then when them phone calls happen. That's what we need to find out. But baby, listen, I want to know with that one on the phone. You said there's a recent upload online crime of a woman who conspired to kidnap a friend's 5-year-old with her registered sex offender. He killed her, set her house on fire, and took. Shut up. Of a woman. I gotta see that one. I haven't. You want to know what keep coming on all of my feeds when it come to law and crime? All of these white women who keep molesting these boys that they teach in school. It's a bunch of them. It is a bunch of white women who are going to jail, and they gonna go for a long time because the law is sick of this. They are sick of them. Ain't no them more going up in that court crying and stuff. They are going to jail for a long time. They are getting caught. They work at this school and they are in relationships and have a relationship. The one lady, her husband caught her with the one student. He beat the crap out of her. I was like, I never condone no domestic violence. But in that situation, I understand. He knew he ain't grabbed that boy. He grabbed the wife and he beat the crap out of her. And then she had a nerve to call the police. Yo, I'm sorry. And I know it sounds crazy for me to say that or even sound like I'm condoning it. But she had a nerve to call the police and then wanted to make sure that the husband got arrested for putting his hands on her. She ain't realized when she went into that police station that they found out that not only was she sleeping with the one boy that the husband caught her with, but they found another one, a younger one. Then all of a sudden, she didn't want to talk to law enforcement no more. Girl, they said, okay, you don't want to talk to us. You want to get your attorney? All right, ma'am, turn around. We putting these handcuffs on you, and they put them handcuffs. They took her right off up into that jail cell. Right up. It is a bunch of them. White women, these white women working in the school, and they are sleeping with these young boys, and they are arresting them. They are arresting them and charging them, and they are charging them serious too. This ain't no slap on the wrist charges. They are some of these people might be up in there for a while. They sick of them doing this. You said Jarvis was charged September 22nd. So so Shannon only knew because of the police coming and showing her. Because Shannon is talking about it in February. So how is Shannon? So what was it revealed about the molestation in February? The inappropriate relationship that he was having with Naziah? Because Shannon says in the call, they are saying you was the last person with her. So the murder charge got charged in September. But what was going on in February that had Shannon going off, and was that made public to YouTube at that time. Cause see, this is the thing. I didn't know anything about this until the preliminary hearing. When the preliminary hearing came up, that's when it started coming in on my feed, and it's because of the stuff that I watch on Law and Crime. So then that's when I was like, this preliminary, and it was what was being described was reminding me of the Ayanna Sawyer situation. So I was thinking, is this the same case? And then when I found out it wasn't the same case, that's when I couldn't stop watching because I was like, this sounds like the same exact case from over there with Ayanna Sawyer in Florida. The same exact, I mean, even the fact that the girls looked alike, Jarvis and that boy looked alike. Then Jarvis' sister testifies in his case. The other dude, his brother testified against him. Everything was just too eerily similar in the cases. And but that's when I started watching it. But y'all, just something had to have happened in February because Shannon is questioning him in February. And Shannon is saying it's all over the news. It's over the internet. They saying you was the last person with her. So even if he wasn't charged with the murder until September, what was going on in February? You said, yes, basically the case was building. Remember, the sister saw things online, and that's when she went to the shop. And King told her who the girl was, and the sister didn't call. Right, right. So something was happening in February. Something was being revealed in February. Shannon said on her call, and her call is February too. She says in her call, it's all over the news. She said they are saying you was the last person with her. In addition to them saying her saying that, she started asking him about the inappropriate activity. You said the sister calling the police was a major right. I know that they I remember them saying that. So then why did it? So what did they find in September? That's what I want to know. What did they find in September that made them officially charged? Because it wasn't a body. We know that. So what was it that happened in September? I'm wondering if girl, it better not be not. That's why I said that's why I'm listening to these calls because I want to see if something gets said on these calls. I want to see if something happened on these calls that open it up, and then that's when he get charged. If he says something that they picked up and went and checked into, and then if that's what got him officially charged. Because it seems like the sister, I think she went to them before September. I know on the interview she did with Toot, the sister said that I guess Nazaya had been missing for a couple of months. She did not know, but then when she paid attention and saw, and then she made the phone call to the other baby mama and got some more details or something. Then she called Shannon. And she called Shannon to get the phone number to the detective, and that's when she reported. But did she say what month that was when she called them? Because Shannon knew in February that he was the last one to be with her. That's what they were saying. So did the sister, was it a matter of like a couple of weeks? And then she saw this and then went to them. You said, I think the charges came down after they were able to place Nazaya with Jarvis. They checked both Jarvis and King phone to drop off the car. King was on a monitor too. Right, but this is my thing. Shannon in the February call that we are hearing is saying she had to hand over Nazaya's tablet. She had to hand her phone over too. And then she said that Shannon said it's all over the news. They are saying you was the last one with her. So even though the preliminary hearing hadn't taken place yet, was he charged with did he have the charges for the essay against her at that time? And just not the murder. Did the murder charges come later? Because if Shannon is saying it's all over the news and they're saying you was the last one with her, then that means that something is out about him and Nasiah at that time. I'm gonna have to bet. I know Mark D and Roxy were on that podcast back then, but I know when I came in and watched the preliminary hearing, that was the first thing I saw. And then I went back to go watch that content that had to do that they were doing. I didn't watch it thinking in my mind the timeline of what month this was when they were talking about certain stuff. You said you hear things before the police think they have built a solid case, especially on a nobody case. They probably put a bug in Shannon's ear to see what may happen on the phone. Yeah, but why did Shannon say it's in the news? It's all over the news. It's all over the news that he was the last one with her. And it seemed like that the other girl on the phone, the other one that we know she about to exit soon, it seems like she probably was hearing whatever Shannon heard. But he probably initially dismissed it and said, I don't know nothing about that girl missing. I don't know nothing about it. And I think that's why when she originally, when on that first call, when she confronted him and said, you didn't tell me about you having a court date, I think that's why she might have, when she said, I don't care about that other thing, I think that might be the thing she was talking about. Because she had seen probably some content about Nasiah and whatever was being alleged. You said, I knew about this case when she was just missing. But they were saying at that time that she had an inappropriate relationship. But they wasn't saying, well, who just be? Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back and look because now after hearing that call, what was she seeing all on YouTube and what was making her feel disgusted? She expressed disgust by what she was hearing on YouTube, and he was trying to sway her into telling her, oh, whoever's telling you this, this is just lies, this is rumors, they just telling you this because they want you to be. And she had to let him know, no, I told you, I saw this on YouTube. And then we have Shannon around the same time saying it's all over the news in reference, and she's referencing Nasiah. So what was it about possibly Nasiah that the other lady was also hearing or seeing at the time too? You said in February, I don't think his court dates were about Nasiah. She was discussing about what she was hearing about his previous convictions. So I guess they was just talking about that on YouTube. Well, why does Shannon say it's all over the news? I think that's why I'm thinking that these two things got something to do with each other, just be because Shannon also on the calls around the same time says it's all over the news. They're saying you're the last one that was with her. That's what's making me, that's where I'm kind of like, it seemed like it's something missing. It seemed like it was something that she also had to be hearing about him being involved potentially in the disappearance of Nasiah. That maybe there was nothing, no cases, no nothing yet, but that somehow there was something circulating that he may have been involved in a disappearance. The bond over hearing was in January of 2025. Right, okay. But weren't these calls February of 24? These calls we're hearing right now happened as soon as he went in jail and while Nasiah was still missing and they were still investigating, like at the beginning. So I don't know. I don't know. We gotta go back and check. We gotta try to go back and check and see what possibly was um that one talking about, the YouTube one, the one that was getting all of this stuff from YouTube. We gotta try to figure out what was she seeing that she was addressing him about, because based off of what Shannon is saying, Shannon wasn't confronting him about none of the rest of that stuff. Shannon, and this my thing, Shannon, you know about the rest of the stuff. She asked him about none of the rest of that stuff. That's the other thing that made it seem weird about what Shannon was saying to him. All the other charges that he had, you didn't address him about that. All you asked him about is Naziah and him talking sex talk with Naziah, and Naziah having influence on him to not come into her bedroom. That's all you had to say. You wasn't worried about none of the other stuff he charged with. Out to the family and getting the case together with nobody. You have to take it. Right. Okay. So what I'm asking is, what were there people on YouTube talking about that? Was it people on YouTube that had leaked or said something about Naziah being with him last? And this is where the baby mama is hearing this. She's hearing this in addition to the fact that now she done found out that he got these charges with this person under 17. Then she realizes the other charges. So now you're looking at the fact, okay, he got all these other charges and stuff that I didn't know about. I'm finding this out on YouTube. The only reason I'm finding this out on YouTube is because this little girl is missing. And now they're saying that they think that he was the last person to be seen with this little missing girl. That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that that's what she was hearing at the time. You said yes, from when I heard about the missing girl, shortly after Mark D was doing a live about this. Yeah, so I'm thinking that's what it was. Because the only reason why we begin to even hear anything about Jarvis' other charges is because they thought that he potentially had something to do with Naziah being missing. And so then that's when these other things started to be revealed, showing his behavior, his pattern of behavior, showing that this is consistent with his pattern of behavior. And so now that we know that it's possible that he was the last person that was with Naziah, and he was quote unquote pretending like to Shannon like he hadn't even heard nothing from Naziah the day that Naziah went missing, because when Shannon sent him that text message saying something about her being missing, he acted like he didn't know nothing, and the whole time she was over there with him. Right. I mean, you're right, Miller. That's exactly what it seemed like. They did treat her like she was an adult. And the way she addressed him on that call was like she was some type of competition. You not asking him. So now that you done found out that your niece is missing, and that the police are telling you that they are almost certain that she was with him last, even if you didn't think nothing about all of these other child molestation charges that he had before that, even if you dismissed all of the bullshit that your own kid and the other kids in your family came and told you about this inappropriate ass man, now does something don't dawn on you to say, well, my niece is missing, and nigga, you got all of these other charges. Yeah, I think you did something to my niece. I need you to tell me where the hell my niece is at right now. What did you do to her? Like what? It, she does ask him, like, we just need to find Naziah. Just need to find my niece. She does end up saying that at a point in the call. But my thing is that if I was naive enough to believe all of your lie up to that point, if I was naive enough to believe it, at that point that I'm questioning you about that, and I done seen this message, and I know for sure how all of this is shaking out. I'm going to now bring all of this back. Like, nigga, I know you lying. You sitting up in there in charges for a 17-year-old or under 17. Or Janaya said you did this. And then my other little cousin said you did that. And then it's going to be a floodgate at that point. Even if you was naive enough to initially believe. Like, I don't know. I don't understand. I'm waiting until the next release, till the next FOIA request come, and we get the next release on the next batch of calls. Because you're right, I didn't think about that just yet. She seems like she's only one call away from being out, so it doesn't seem like she's going to make it to the preliminary hearing. But I sure wish I could get her reaction to after she watches that preliminary hearing. and sees that fiance get on that stand and testify, and that sees the fiance on the stand testify. You want to know what? We don't know if that was not you. That don't sound like her though. That don't sound like the same fiance that was on the stand. That girl on there don't sound like the same fiance that was on the stand. Cause I was getting ready to say, yeah, I was like she had to know. The fiance that was on the stand had to know he had a court date. But you're right, that was in February of 2024. So we don't get that until September. So you think that that's the fiance that's talking to him? You said I just did a quick search. Mark D did a part 6 live on Nazaya on February 29th. I think by this time Shannon called into the live. She knew what was being okay. So okay, all right. So now we do know something was being said about his connection to Nazaya missing. And then probably what happened, some of the information from the messaging probably you said no, the third girl is not the fiance. We have not heard a call from this. Okay. Okay. I just was wondering. I just because I'm trying to give Jarvis a little bit of benefit of the doubt, right? Cause he didn't told that girl he gonna be with her when he come from jail now, and we know he got that fiance. So at this point, we know nobody has come to testify on the stand yet. So this person does not know that there's another fiance. So I'm like, maybe it is the fiance that's on this call. Now it don't sound like her, but I still was trying to be nice, and I was trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, just V. But it don't sound like her. This do sound like a whole different person. So I'm interested to know if, because like I said, this one on the phone now, she sounds like she's on her way out the door in another 1 to 2 calls. So I would be interested to see what she has to say now, knowing that a whole fiance had to come and testify at in this case. And then knowing that the night of this little girl being unalived, that he was at another baby mama house wrecking her car around having something to do with this crime. Because we at least find that out during the case. Now, all the Jarvis dirt don't come out during the testimony and the preliminary hearing. But if we at least find out those two things, you said, what don't you understand? He's going to be with all of them plus 2 more fiancés. Girl, you know I be trying to listen. I be trying to find some good in the person, child. Do you know how I do, just be? I be trying to find somewhere where something is good. So I'm like, maybe we need to just combine these women. Maybe this was the same woman. We assuming too much too soon. Maybe this is the same woman who he was betrothed to. He was going to marry. And she ends up on the stand. It don't sound like her though. It don't. It just sound like a whole different one. So yeah, I don't think it's her for real. I just was trying to give him the benefit of the doubt and say that it might be somebody else. Okay, so wait a minute, y'all. Let's switch off of the subject real quick because I gotta tell you about this, y'all. Y'all know I gotta talk about Blueface. So I know y'all hate when I talk about Blueface. You said I don't think the police cared about the other 2 women on the call. They didn't know Nazaya and they were right. Me either. I think it might be. I think we're gonna find out it's gonna be a lot of them who just didn't know nothing. Like I said, they for some reason they just was in the dark and they was just sending him their money. They was sending him commissary money, sending him money to take care of Shannon. I'm interested to see how many more women was doing that. I really am. And I'm interested to see how much Shannon might have known about where he was getting this money from. Now this has really become a level of interest to hear how this whole operation was working, how all of this was functioning. Girl, Josh Miller, the circus is showing off, okay? You said simple fools and silverbacks. Shut up, just me. Look, Blueface is acting up over there in the circus, y'all. But now You got a whole nother girl named Rella. What is that, Just V? I don't even know what symbol that is. Um, you got a whole nother girl, Rella. Is that her name, Miller? Because I can't keep up with. Yeah, he continuously is humiliating Nevaeh. I mean, it is absolutely terrible. I don't understand, but they not even a part of the circus I'm interested in. I am not interested in none of them girls. To me, Blueface is a modern day Flavor Flav. He has taken Flavor of Love to the extreme. I mean, this is absolutely ridiculous, right? You said they were supposed to be laughing faces. Okay. Yeah, because I don't know what that symbol is. It's one symbol in front of all of the laughing faces. But so um I'm not interested. Really, I'm interested in Nevaeh aunt that now entered the circus. And is it Rella? Is that her name? Rella's supposed to be the other baby mama. So now he got Nevaeh pregnant. The girl Rella is saying she is pregnant. Yeah, Miller, something is wrong. I think her name is Rella Miller. I think that's her name. Child, I watched a live where Rella and her mama was talking on that. I was like, ooh, baby, this supposed to be good. Carl, listen, listen, Linda. Let me tell you something. This was the thing about Krishan. Krishan realized that they was trying to exploit her family and all of her family trauma to make money. And I think that was also a part of Krishan pulling back and also not wanting to be in that circus and doing all of that no more. You said I got bootleg internet. Why you say that? What's happened? I can see the laughing faces. Just be. It's just a symbol. Okay, I can see the laughing faces, but it's this little symbol that looks like an X and then an A, and then it's the laughing faces. And that's why I was like, what is that symbol? But I can see the three laughing faces, but it's a little symbol before those laughing faces. That's what I can't see. I mean, that's what I'm like, what was that? I never seen no symbol like that before. But I see three of the laughing faces, but it's a little symbol before the laughing faces that I'm like, what is that symbol? You say you think it's because I'm live through YouTube and not streaming. Can y'all hear me though? Are y'all saying something wrong with my internet? Cause y'all think I couldn't see the laughing faces? Speaking of your girl, she's doing so well with her growth. She showed her entire fridge and didn't realize there was no food for her baby. Shut up, listen. I just listen. I know they went out to eat. Just V. Oh, the Illuminati symbol. Okay, and just okay, good. I never seen that girl. I never knew that about no Illuminati symbol. Okay, you said yes, you can be perfect. Yeah, that's why I was like, what the hell is that symbol? I could see the laughing faces. I couldn't it was that simple. I was like, what is that? Okay. So now I know it's an Illuminati. I never even knew it was a Illuminati symbol. Or you just playing with me, Just V. It ain't no Illuminati symbol on this computer, girl. I wouldn't be surprised. This is YouTube. YouTube probably got a bunch of Illuminati emojis up on it. So look. So wait a minute. So like I told you, I'm always interested in it. Oh, let me go back real quick. Just be about Krishan with the. Okay. Yeah, but you see how the baby was moving good. He's moving around and stuff like that. So it's progress. They went out to eat last night. Just be her and Coach Calvin. I think they was at Rusty Scuppers. That's what it looked like. Cause that's a place over near the water or near the harbor down here. You said poor little Ting Ting. I can't yet give her props until she puts the same effort into her disabled child. She only cares about. I don't. I think she is. I think she is just be. I think she just keeps some of it off of camera for now until she can become more comfortable with it. But I mean, he's always with her. I think she's trying. Like I said, just be. You gotta. give great. She's a younger girl and she's trying to figure it out. And she is a young girl who did not have the best guidance from her own mama. Like, that's the reality. And so some things that we might know naturally as mamas, and I knew, to do with my kids as a young mom, she might not, she's just trying to learn and navigate. So she's picking up where she can from her sisters that are doing the right things. And I told you she was staying at Tessa's house. I told you. Remember? She talked about that. You said, no, there really isn't progress. He's taking years to make taller movements. She put everything on the internet except what she knows people want to see. Well, I think that's what most people do. Like, Beyonce ain't putting on the internet what she don't want people to see, child. So, that part of it, I think she's being private until she can feel like that he's made the progress that she's comfortable with. Because I do agree, she's not comfortable with the fact that she did not get him the intervention when she should have. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think she realizes, like, I should have been more focused on what I needed to do for him and not all of this other shit I was doing. And so I do think that she's still like somewhat embarrassed by that. That's why she doesn't want to share a whole lot. All she has to do is post actual therapy. She will do everything to prove his abilities except show his ability. Cause this the thing, just be he might be getting very agitated with therapy, and she might not want people to see that right now. Like I said, I think it is still her still working through the part where she thinks it's her fault. And so I think that once she feels like that he's doing therapy in a way where maybe he's not as frustrated, because since he is so delayed, they are probably the therapist and stuff is probably trying to do things to try to help him get the one of the main goals is when the therapists come in is to try to get them up to where they need to be, like age wise. And sometimes that, especially I could kind of tell by some of his movement and stuff like that, that probably is very frustrating and aggravating for him, and it probably doesn't look nice how he acts out. And then she probably thinks that then she's going to be judged. Either people are going to say that she's trying to push him too far because she's trying to make him do something to get up to speed, or that people are going to still overly scrutinize her and say, see, this is how bad of a mom you were. He's gotten this behind, and now he can't even, go through therapy without having some problems, having trouble. I think that's what it. I don't know. Like I said, I definitely believe that it's her needing to get over it, to be able to share it. You said Beyonce doesn't get on the internet telling us what her son can do. We haven't seen or heard about him since birth. Well, I mean, yeah, cause Emily did the same thing. Fabulous baby mama. Emily, so the last child has a rare form of autism. And she didn't want to share her. That's why she didn't want to share her. And this is my thing. When Emily shared it a few weeks ago and finally posted her and put it up, I was like, honestly, I don't think that if she would have posted the pictures that anybody would have even known. But yeah, Emily was saying she was having difficulty and wanting to post their last child, the baby. Her name is her name Journey too? I think her name is Journey. And that's why she didn't post her. And it took her all of that time to post her because she's dealing with a rare condition. And she was like, and she knows how cruel the internet can be. And so she was saying she didn't share her. Now that's a mama who posted all of her other kids and made a social media life for her other kids. But then when she had this one child that was dealing with this obstacle, then she kind of like went back into her shell and wasn't sharing so much on social media. I think the thing that made it difficult for Krishan is that her whole persona came from social media. Like she became famous because of social media. So then it wasn't just about her posting her son, because initially she was leaving her son with her family members. Like she really wasn't even having him with her. her family members were then posting him though, and then that she was leaving him with, or they would come online and then say something, and then that started to become content, and that's how this negative content got built up. And then the content creators were then able to weaponize and take what her own family was saying and use it against her in a situation. And so I think now she's trying to like work through a way of trying to reintroduce it back in, despite like the negative stuff that happened. You said Emily is not Krishan. Krishan delivered her child on live. Krishan was on right, but what, I'm not comparing her to them in that sense of something. Because when I said the Beyonce thing, I didn't even consider the thing about the son until you brought that up. What I'm saying is that sometimes like people, they don't want to show the bad side of them. Hey Angie, how you doing? They don't want to show the bad side of them on the internet. And so right now she's in a place where she's trying to like rebrand herself. And I think that's why she may be being guarded about what she shares until she feels like maybe she's gotten her child up to a certain point where she may feel as comfortable sharing those things about him. But I'm not comparing them in what they are doing. What I'm saying is that I think any parent who has a child that might be dealing with a challenge and then looking at how um people respond to that, I think that they might have some apprehension about sharing. And even if they started off sharing, once they see how bad or what direction they are going in with the content, they might stop it because they might not want to give the people any more fuel to fuel the fire, right? And I think that might be in her situation, that until she maybe feels like she's gotten her child to a point where she feels comfortable with him being those things being on there, because she blames herself for what's happened. I think that that's why it's happening that way. You said I don't necessarily know that she damaged her child. I think she feels like she has, just be. I don't know if she did or not either. But I think that she feels like that she has. I think she feels like that she's responsible for what's happened with her child. And then she definitely probably regrets thinking when she left him with her family members that at least that she could still try to, I guess, go make money the way that she was making it, and then they would guard him for her and maybe it not be public, but then it became content, like it just went out with the whole family. But anyway, just be, because you are distracting me, because I'm not here to talk about Krishan. I'm here to talk about Blueface, okay? And the terrible ass shit going on over there. And what I can say is that but over there in that camp, and that girl Henny released a call between her and Carlissa this week. I believe that he's the daddy because Carlissa is still believing he's the daddy. And you know how Carlissa at first was saying that, like throwing it out there. I think that was part of all of the content. I know it's some people who don't believe he's the daddy, but there was the part that people leave out of the Ronnie situation with the part that people leave out of the Ronnie situation with Krishan is that Ronnie did say before he passed away that he was not Junior father. They leave that part out. Ronnie's sister then Ronnie's sister then came. All right, Jasmine. Yeah, I'm going to carry on because we going to the real circus, right? Ronnie's sister then came out and said that all of that's a lie. That all of that was for content, and that Ronnie is not the father of Junior. So I don't know what Blueface is doing right now, but Carlissa is saying in front of the camera that now that is her grandson. She's acknowledging that that's her grandson. And then behind the camera, in a call that girl Henny released last week, because her and that girl Henny got into it. Everybody, if anybody ever followed the Krishan Rock content, they know that girl Henny is like Krishan's biggest supporter, one of her biggest supporters. And that girl Henny and Carlissa had a behind the scenes conversation that girl Henny had to end up playing because Carlissa jumped on her live and was talking and tried to throw that girl Henny under the bus about Krishan not being able to trust nobody. And it all came from, I guess, Carlissa being angry at Kim, who is Whack 100 soon to be ex-wife. She's managing Krishan now. And so I don't know. Somebody went at the fight that they had. Somebody was asking Kim. I believe that's her name. I think Kim is her name. Whack 100 soon to be ex-wife. Um, that was asking somebody at the fight was asking Kim about the comments that Carlissa had made about Krishan in the fight, and Kim gave her opinion on it. And I guess Carlissa had an attitude about what Kim had to say. And so Carlissa started throwing a whole bunch of shade at Kim, right? And so it ended up sparking some kind of situation that then that girl Henny got brought into it. And then she threw some shade, Carlissa threw some shade at that girl Henny and basically was saying Krishan can't trust nobody over there. Well, that girl Henny ended up releasing a phone call that Carlissa and her had behind the scenes about Krishan, right? And attempts for Carlissa to try to like help Krishan out, I guess get a place to stay and all of this other stuff, right? And so Carlissa is still moving and operating behind the scenes, and then she in the public, she will no longer say that Junior is not her grandson. I think she was okay as long as she was the one saying it for content and throwing making light of it, because I think she was sick of people saying that her son is acting like a deadbeat dad in that direction. But then once her son came out and then started to make this a thing and say this, I don't think Carlissa is okay with him saying that. And so I think that is one of the reasons why she like try to stay away from that conversation. I think that's why that conversation agitates her, because whatever it is, I think Carlissa knows that it is definite proof that Blueface is Krishan Jr.'s father, and she didn't like the idea of people bashing him, saying he was a bad dad. But she also now I think don't like the fact that he didn't came public denying the father either. I think she has an issue with that, but she don't want to talk about it because she tries to not say stuff that goes against him when she's in good graces with him. So I think that's what that is all about, right? But this is what I wanted to tell y'all, because it's two new participants in getting introduced into the circus that I think is going to be time enough for Carlissa. See, like I said, they thought they was going to get this back and forth so that they could keep this Mari Povich TV going on with Krishan and her family. Because let me tell you, all of that dysfunction and all of that shit Krishan got going on with her and her family, that definitely would have made Mari Povich TV. But since that didn't work and then she couldn't get it with them, I think now she might have got some worse ones, right? I think these ones, see, she want to keep trying to tell Blueface that all of this is coming down on him because of how he treat his mama. But I think some of this is coming down on her too because of how she done treated people. All of this ain't just coming down on Blueface. You said, why do you think Blueface isn't on child support? I think Carlissa just keeps up drama. That's what their audience wants. I don't think. What do you mean for Krishan's baby? Why isn't he on child support for Krishan's baby? Because he's not on child support for Jaden's kids either. And Jaden has made it very publicly clear, and the two of them together have made it very publicly clear that he has given Jaden hardly no money since she's gotten home. Jaden is sitting online right now making excuses for why she hasn't taken him to child support yet, also making justifications for why he's not contributing to her kids and her household the same way that he's giving money to Nevaeh. So it ain't Junior ain't the only one he ain't financially supporting now. Now he might think that because when he left Jaden with all of that money, when he got locked up, that he don't need to give her nothing now, and maybe that's how he's guilting Jaden into thinking he don't need to give her nothing. But they had openly admitted that he is not taking care of them kids. I mean, the last live he did, he admitted to paying Nevaeh $12,000 last month. Jaden is online justifying why she ain't get $12,000. Jaden Jaden then jumped on the line and made all kinds of excuses, and then and trying to talk down on Nevaeh for being needy, and why she can do it on her own, and why she don't need him to give her that. Like, you the one with the two kids in the house. You said yes, but he publicly claims Jaden's kids and at least spends time with those kids, healthy or not. If Jaden is a fool, that's her business. Blueface pays Junior. Okay, that's okay. Just be that ain't true, because there is messages where Blueface tried to get Krishan to come back, right? And to come back and bring the baby. When he came out and said he wasn't the father, it was because she did not come back. So yeah, I'm not trying to compare the kids in no kind of way. I don't think he's doing what he's doing with Jaden and Journey. That's for content. That's my opinion. It's for content, right? Journey makes him money. You said, shit, I need my updates. These Scorpios can deliver a recap like none other. I'm still stuck with that crazy lawyer, that Blueface. Oh, yeah, wait a minute. Yeah, that one was a crazy one, too. But look, Just V, he was trying to get Krishan back there. When he came out and said that he wasn't Junior's father, it was because she refused to come back. Coach Calvin and that pastor told Krishan, you're training for your fight. Why don't he come here? They didn't tell her not to go, but they kind of like said to her, look, you're doing good. You're in a better place. Why don't he come here and support you? Why do he want you to go there? And they was like, it's just a thought. And then Calvin kind of had made a statement like, if she was going to go, he was going to have to go with her because she was training, and he didn't want her to, I guess, like interrupt her training. But she decided not to go. And then that's when the messages went back forth. He threw the temper tantrum. He told her that she was giving God his credit. That's basically what he told her. Like, you giving my credit. I made you. I made you who you are. You giving God my credit. God ain't gonna get you to where you need to be. And we have heard him publicly say that on TV before. You said, I don't know, didn't see that. If Blueface really cared, he'd go to court to see his disabled child and make sure the baby is getting treated. Well, he didn't. He's telling the girl Rutland he's not gonna have nothing to do with her baby either. Just be. That's what you gotta let me give the update, girl. You gotta let me get the update, because if you let me get the update, you gonna see, girl. You gonna see, right? So listen, Linda. Okay, just let me give the recap, girl. So these Nevaeh got kicked out the other day. Okay, because let's move past. Because this is how we know it's Blueface is the problem. See, when everybody keeps wanting to compare Jaden and Krishan, you keep trying to say, okay, Krishan is clearly the problem. But no, this is how we know Blueface is the problem. He's the problem. Because he's having this same problem now with the new circus participants. He's doing the same shit. Blueface last weekend, y'all. let me go back. Before I even get into introducing the new characters to the circus, okay? Last weekend, Blueface, he gets this new contract with Kick, right? So y'all know at first he was streaming on Twitch, and now I guess because he got this new contract, now he's streaming a lot on Kick. So Blueface went out. He has Nevaeh back at the house. Now, mind you, like for the last 2 weeks prior to that, he had the 2 weeks before Nevaeh's birthday. He had been with Nevaeh doing all types of stuff. They was going fishing. He was taking her little boy places. The little boy started calling Blueface daddy. They was in the bed playing together. All of this little family looking stuff, right? And then the next thing you know, Nevaeh's birthday is about to come. Well, Nevaeh gets kicked out and sent back home right before her birthday. And guess where this nigga is for her birthday? With Stunner Girl, right? So Stunner Girl comes back. I don't know. It's possible that she may have just come back to shoot, because I think they did a video or something, right? But in the meantime, between time, we find Stunner Girl in his bed with stained up blankets. Don't look like they've been washed. Don't know whose stains they are. Stunner Girl later, I could not believe it. Because this is not what I would have thought Stunner Girl would have did, right? Stunner Girl laid in that bed with blankets that looked like it had, I don't know whether it was from saliva, from some other kind of bodily fluids, something. I wouldn't have laid on those blankets if they were clean, okay? Because they looked rough. The blankets looked rough. Like it wasn't like the best kind of material, right? I wouldn't have laid in those blankets if I was clean. I wouldn't have laid in that bed knowing that you've been on social media laying in this bed with a whole bunch of other people. I wouldn't have laid in that bed knowing that you just had Nevaeh here and you and her son were playing in this same bed. But Stunner Girl went, laid herself in that bed. Right, just me. See what I'm saying? More Illuminati symbols. More Illuminati symbols. You said there are people who have no desire to wash their sheets. Yeah, but these sheets had clear stains on them. Clear. Like you could see them clear as day. And she laid in there, right? Right, I know it was a sad face. I got the sad face, but the Illuminati symbol is before it again. So, is the Illuminati doing this, Just V? Or are you putting it before? The sad face is there, but that Illuminati symbol is there again. Anyway, so he spends Nevaeh's birthday with Stunner Girl. He is on the live stream telling Stunner Girl on Nevaeh's birthday, you look like the birthday. You smell like the birthday. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, what is going on? So then you got Nevaeh going onto her live stream separate and apart from Blueface, trying to smooth it over. I don't make big deals about my birthday. I don't care if I don't celebrate my birthday, blah, blah, blah. And you know these people, they go and find the clips where she is definitely asking him, what are they doing for her birthday, right? So that passes. Stunner Girl leaves, Nevaeh comes back. The Stunner Girl threw some shade at Nevaeh while she was there with the Blueface. And then when Nevaeh comes back, she throws her little shade, whatever. Carlissa was happy when Nevaeh left and Stunner Girl came back because she liked Stunner Girl. And so Carlissa was happy. She also was mad because she felt like that Nevaeh allowed her son to disrespect her. I am getting sick of Carlissa with that. Her son disrespects her no matter what. I don't know why she keeps trying to blame these women for when her son disrespects her, right? He disrespects her no matter what. But she continuously tries to blame these women. So he does it when he feels like it. So she was so happy that Stunner Girl was back. It was some kind of mess. Carlissa was saying it's 6 a.m. and Stunner Girl is back. Something, and I'm happy about that. Or something Carlissa was saying, right? She was so happy. Got jumped up on the stream. Told Stunner Girl to unblock her in Blueface phone. Now listen to that. Unblock her in Blueface phone. Why are you blocked in your son's phone? Right? But she always blames these women. Right? You said, I know Stunner Girl didn't enjoy. Yeah, in the messy blankets. In the messy blankets at that. Not just in the circus, but up in the messy ass, disgusting looking blankets she was laying up in. It's on live stream. I ain't lying. It's the truth. Okay. I was so shocked. I was so shocked this Thunder Girl was laying up in that bed, number one. But number two, how it looked. Like it was just horrible. So Nevaeh comes back, her and the little boy, and I guess Nevaeh must have brought her mother with her this time. Well, y'all, you know, Nevaeh's mother is clear skinned, okay? So she's clear skinned. Her daddy is black though. Because I'm about the new actor in the circus on the Nevaeh side that came from the daddy side now, right? But the mama must have came back with Nevaeh. And I don't know if that was so that she could help Nevaeh like take care of the little boy or whatever. I don't know. But you see Blueface, he's doing live streams with the little boy. He's taking him outside to play with that big dog. That's a big dog, y'all. He takes him outside to play with the dog and stuff. And so he's doing family stuff again. The next thing we know, the stream comes. Okay, so before that, Nevaeh trifling mama. Now I don't agree to this at all. Nevaeh's trifling mama then went and took some video and pictures of her laying up in Javon's bed and then posted them on social media. We later find out that the reason she did it on purpose. She did it because she was like, she knew she was going to get a reaction. So then Jaden got pissed. Carlissa was trying to find a way to like mitigate the situation. Because you know, anything that's involving something that her son might be blamed for, she's gonna try to mitigate. So at the time, Jaden was probably a little bit upset because Jaden probably is like, okay, she's not sleeping in his room. Because she decided to do it, he's letting her sleep in there. And so Carlissa comes live and she's like, well, I don't see anything wrong with her sleeping in the kids' room, but it's distasteful to take pictures in the kids' room. Like you don't do that. You don't. So, and then that's where Carlissa is coming from. So she starts going off because of that, because of the pictures, taking the pictures and then posting the pictures. Nevaeh mama come up on that goddamn live with a bad filter on. I don't know if it was a filter or that was really how she looked. I don't know, but it looked bad, right? And she was looking like Honey Boo Boo Mama, okay? And she came on there and she basically let it be known, like, yeah, she did that on purpose because she knew it was going to get a response. At this point, Nevaeh's mother probably is pissed off at the fact that Carlissa keeps on throwing so many shots at her daughter and not really dealing with her son, right? So that's probably why she did it. I don't know. But the next thing you know, we see the kick stream and Nevaeh is getting put out. She's getting put out of Blueface house, right? So that was a whole fiasco in and of itself. Oh, wait a minute. Before that, I missed something, y'all. Wait a minute. I missed something real important, y'all. Let me go back. So I told y'all, Blueface, Nevaeh comes back. She comes back after Stunner Girl was there. So last weekend, Blueface goes out on his kick stream. He goes out for a Saturday night. And then after that, he ends up over this other lady's house. Some other lady. I don't know who she is. I don't know if the circus know. I don't know if the regular people know who she is either. But some random one I haven't seen before, right? And so he ends up over at her house. You hear him having relations with her on the kick stream. Right? You hear him having relations with this girl on the kick stream. This is after he left the club. He gets in his car from that girl house. It's still dark out. He gets in his car from leaving that girl house after having been out all night sweating, after having gone to her house and you hear them having relations on the stream. And then he gets in his car, no shirt and stuff on, and he goes back to his house where Nevaeh is in his stained up bed, right? So It just so happened Nevaeh had been watching the kick stream. And the two of them get into an argument because she is telling him, you might as well have stayed over there where you was at. And he goes to go get in the bed, ain't take no shower. Now, some of the people in the chat said that he took a shower over at the girl house where he was getting some from. I don't know. I did not see that part. But I don't know if they were saying that as a joke or not, because I didn't see him take no shower. I just saw him come into their house and go put himself up in their bed with Nevaeh, and he was trying to like hug up on her, and she trying to push him, telling him get off of her, that she done seen the kick stream, that this what he been doing. He trying to kiss up on her after he been doing, some whatever. So they get into an argument. Well, y'all, in that argument, I find this out because I told y'all I don't watch everything. I watch certain things, right? So I wait to see what the title is, and then I flip through it to see if it's something this juicy, and then if it's not, I just click on off of it, right? So this was juicy though. So I end up finding out while I'm watching that stream that some boy that Nevaeh was dating then got up online and said that the baby that Nevaeh is pregnant with right now belongs to him, y'all. So I was like, what the hell is going on? So, Blueface is a gaslighter, honey. So when she tried to go in on him about the fact that he had just left getting some from somebody and then tried to come up and get up in the bed with her, he then flips it on her. Well, you got a whole nigga out here saying that the baby in your stomach is his baby. And so they start arguing over that. She's saying that the boy retracted, that he was just saying that trying to get some clout, that there's not no truth for that Blueface know it's not no truth to that. Now all of a sudden, just like with Krishan, now Nevaeh baby ain't his either, right? Now somebody that mysteriously appeared, and that's the baby daddy. So them two was arguing. The stream ended up just getting cut off. Like they was arguing so bad. Nevaeh was popping him a couple of times. But then it went to a point where the stream just cut off, and then they did not come back. Now we know Blueface, he will film him sitting on the toilet, right? He filmed himself sitting on the toilet and Nevaeh wiping his butt. Okay. So the stream got cut off, did not come back. So I don't know. That was the night of Krishan fight. All of this went down the night of Krishan fight. Okay. So now, we fast forward. Hazel gets back into the circus too, y'all. Cause Hazel then somehow hooked up with the man that's talking about he Nevaeh baby daddy, and she out on a date with the dude. This shit don't make no damn sense, y'all. Hazel is on a date with Nevaeh's alleged baby daddy, right? So they claimed that the dude didn't say it was all a lie. He was just trying to get some followers from off of Nevaeh and Blueface. But Blueface is taking this thing to the max because now this is excuse for him doing all of what he does. This is why he say women ain't shit. Right, yeah, Hazel. Hazel did call up the alleged Nevaeh baby daddy and been seen out in a date with the alleged baby daddy. Right? So that made it back into the headlines of the circus. Right? Because you know what, at the beginning, Hazel E was over there with Blueface. And then that blew up really quick. And so then now Hazel then got herself back into the circus by going over there with Nevaeh baby daddy and advertising him. You know she like him young. So, hey, I think this one probably younger than Blue. He cute though. The boy is cute. So, he don't got all that scribble on his face like Blueface. So, he grilled Nevaeh, like I said, all about that. That passed. So then in between that time, that's when this is when Nevaeh baby I'm sorry, let me go back real quick. So at the same time, then Nevaeh is confronting him about this supposed other baby mama, right? And so he's trying to say, well, you want me to believe that your alleged baby daddy is doing it for clout, and doing it for the internet, but you don't want to believe me when I'm telling you that she's doing this for clout and for the internet. Well, apparently this girl is not doing this for clout in the internet. Or I don't know. You said that guy Hazel was with is her oldest son's fault. Is it? Is whose oldest son father? Nevaeh? I thought it was the one claiming to be the baby daddy now that she carrying now. You talking about it's the son, the baby that's already here, father? Miller, shut up. Miller, shut up. Look, see, I told y'all I be needing help with the circus because I don't be knowing everything. I be coming up, just hopping up on shit. I never saw the live even when the boy said that he was the baby daddy that she's carrying now. I thought Hazel was out with the one that was alleged to be the baby father. I didn't know it's her actual son's father now. Lord, it's more people coming into this. This shit ridiculous, y'all. So this is Flavor of Love on steroids because Flav didn't have all these people up on there. He would occasionally like bring in Bridget Nielsen and his mama, but Flav didn't have all these people. I think one time he might have brought his kids up on the episode or whatever. Yeah, he looks like Blueface, but he doesn't have all that scribble on him. But he's a nice looking boy. He looks cleaner than Blueface because Blueface do not look clean. He don't. He looks cleaner than Blueface. Okay, that boy cute. That's a cute boy. The one Hazel was with. I didn't know though that it was the son's father, her actual son's father. I thought this was the one that came out and said he was the baby she's carrying father. Child, this is getting a mess. So let's get back. So Hazel is on a date. The mama, Nevaeh and Blueface have the argument about the alleged new baby mama with a new baby. So Nevaeh is pregnant, but now it's another girl saying she's pregnant by Blueface. And I believe that girl name is Rella. Her name is Rella. So Blueface kept trying to say that the girl Rella just trying to get clout. They weren't saying her name that night. You said I'm saying he looks just like the son. Oh, like the son. Oh, okay. I think he look a little like not the same as Blueface, but they got similarity. You can see some similarities between that boy Blueface. He's better looking than Blueface, the baby daddy, the one Hazel was with. So and this the thing too. When Nevaeh get herself dressed up good, she's cute. I don't know if it's because she's pregnant or she been with Blueface. It is something, I don't know what is going on. That these girls sometimes they will be looking cute before they get with Blueface, and then when they get with him, if something happens, I don't know what it is, but because I have seen pictures of Nevaeh before she got with Blueface, and she looks really cute, But some right now is just not hitting. So, child, Rella comes out the woodwork, and Rella goes on a live with her mama. And let me tell you something. Rella mama want all the smoke. Carlissa better not play with these ones here. Because, see, this is the thing. I think because of Krishan's embarrassment of all this stuff, like with her family and stuff like that, and all of the stuff that happened, first, I think she jumped out there willing to do anything for TV, but I think she had some regrets about doing that. And that's why she's trying to go back and create this different persona for herself. And she's trying to help her family, especially like her mother, her father, like for them to get clean and stuff like that and get off the drugs. But she don't want that exploited. She does not want that exploited. And that's exactly what Blueface and them was about to do in order to create content. You said, didn't Blueface used to mess with Masika? This is nuts. Stunner Girl nor Tommy has finished their on shows. I done dropped my cookies. I know Rella too. I haven't heard any of this from Ruby. Listen, I didn't know Rella. See, I don't know nothing because I don't know Rella. I didn't know that she has no. You said Ruby Kai is on. Yeah, I haven't watched Ruby Kai either. I've been kind of watching the actual like streams myself and picking up what I pick up. So I watch the streams on Z Banger, right? But Z Banger will stream the stream. And when I get the clues from his content about what they talking about, to know if it's something I need to watch. Cause I ain't watching all of that other stuff. But I did not know Rella was a household name or was out here. I thought this was some random person. Cause the way her and her mama is talking up on that live, they sound like they straight from the hood. And I don't think Carlissa want to mess with Rella and her mama. And I think that Rella mama is ready for the circus. It's certain things that because of the whole dysfunction that was going on inside the Krishan family and all of that, like I said, I think they decided they didn't want to monetize off of all of that foolishness. But Rella mama seemed like she is with the smoke. All right, Miller. Yeah, I will watch because I haven't watched. I watch him sometimes, but I know normally because I pick up what I need to about the story from me watching the Z Banger live. I don't go back to watch like the additional content. I just watch the stream so I could try to pick up for myself, like what's going on. So, um, so Rella and her mama got up on the live, and they ready for the smoke, baby. Then Nevaeh aunt, child, did y'all? I posted a clip on my little clip. What is that shit called on YouTube? Not the video, but the shorts on my shorts. Nevaeh mama might not be time enough for the Blueface family, but Nevaeh aunt seemed like she is. And Nevaeh aunt seemed like she got some more people with her on that daddy side that will be ready to contribute to the circus. Um, Nevaeh aunt want all the smoke, baby. The Blueface family is not going to be able to, because Krishan did already whipped Carla's ass, okay? Because Krishan did already whipped Carla's ass. She didn't already whip Callie ass. Dre was about to be up next that day that he thought he was about to take it there, right? They gonna have a problem with Rella family and with Nevaeh daddy side of the family. Because, see, they've been running all over top of that clear mama that Nevaeh got. You said, Rella said she convinced Blueface hates black. I am too. This is my thing. I don't even know why because when I saw her, I'm surprised that he slept with her. And I'm not saying it because I'm judging her. I'm saying it based off of how he is. Stunner Girl still has some exoticness to her. So you could see that one. But Rella is from the hood, baby. Rella is from the hood. And I was shocked that honestly, I think that is kind of like the kind he like, because I think it reminds him of his mama. I don't know why Carlissa don't think that she's more like a Krishan and a Rella in them than she. I mean, that's probably why he liked them. Y'all, he called Rella when he was up in that on Kick, when he was up in the nail getting his feet done. He told Rella, because it like I said, it got publicized that he last month paid Nevaeh $12,000. So you had Jaden up on her live trying to throw shots at Nevaeh, telling Nevaeh she need to go make her own money, she need to do this, she need to do that, but then making justification and excuses for why she's not getting that kind of money from Blueface. But then and like I said, just looking like a whole fool. Jaden was on there looking like a whole fool, trying to justify that. I didn't understand nothing about it. Like, I felt like Jaden would have been better off just not saying nothing. She shouldn't have came on there and said nothing. But she always wants to try to use an opportunity to down the next one. Nevaeh hadn't said nothing about her. The fact that Nevaeh got paid $12,000 was not, Nevaeh didn't reveal that. Blueface did. When Blueface went to tell Nevaeh that she had to get the F out, right? Because he was ready to use his Playboy mansion again, right? He is the one who told her, you just got paid $12,000 last month, so shut the F up. He revealed it. I Nevaeh never mentioned anything about nothing that she got from him. Every time it gets revealed what Blueface gave to her, it's either that Blueface reveals it and says it. It's either the other time it was because Jaden went into his phone about something and she saw how much money that he gave Nevaeh. And Jaden caught an attitude and got pissed. You said right, Miller. Ruby be on it. Apparently she's behind. I told you those Scorpios can't recount that stuff. And I've never heard of Carla's black. I've never heard of Carla's black market link. Please give us that site again. What you mean? Oh, Z Banger. Z Banger. He will play the whole stream, the Blueface stream. So but most of the time when something is happening, so he don't just play just anyone or just watching them going to go do stuff. Nothing salacious. Z Banger comes on when they doing something that we need to be paying attention to. Right, so I'll post it. I'll post Z Banger thing so y'all know how to get to him because he the one. That's where I seen that late night thing with him and Nevaeh arguing. That's where I seen the shit at y'all. I was like, wait a minute, I was on my way to sleep. And then they was cutting up. I woke up. So I used to be addicted to Flavor of Love. I could not help but to watch that show. Blueface, this is like on steroids with Blueface. It is horrible. I can't help it. I shouldn't be watching it, but I cannot help it. So, yeah, Nevaeh doesn't reveal the amounts of money that she gets from Blueface. Blueface reveals the amount of money. And then he makes it clear that he's not giving no money to nobody who don't do what he say. The problem is Jaden is sitting over there with your children. And so the fact that you are giving more money to somebody who, Nevaeh is carrying a baby, but obviously one that you now trying to cast doubt on and bring into question. Same thing he did. That's why I said, that's why last week when I did my live, I said the circus is on repeat. The same repeat. The same way how he brought the doubt in saying that, oh, he thought that the baby was Ronnie's, but then they go get the paternity test. The paternity test comes out and says it's his baby, but then now conveniently, after all of this time of saying, yes, this is my baby, now again, he's back to saying it's not his baby. He's doing the same thing to gaslight Nevaeh. Same thing. And it's because now Angie, I know you know who she is because I did not know. I don't know nothing about no damn Rella. I don't know nothing she on. I ain't never seen her in my life. But I know when I seen that stream, I know damn well Rella mama is about to give that Blueface family a run for their money. And so is Nevaeh aunt and that daddy side of the family. It is about to be on. It is some new characters up into the circus. And these characters, the reason why I'm interested in these characters is because of how much Carlissa be out here running her mouth. Now, y'all know I done told y'all, Carlissa is my friend in my head, y'all. She is. She be getting on my damn nerves, but she's really my friend in my head. But I just be wanting to strangle her sometimes because I'll be feeling like, girl, you need to tell your son to stop this bullshit. Why aren't you telling him to stop this bullshit? Do you not realize that even if she know he's not going to stop doing it, stop coming out here and condoning this shit. But she finds so many excuses for him in the public, and they making money off of it. I guess that's the reason why she's doing it. I'm just sorry. It's just some shit. I cannot do this. And like I said, and the thing is, he disrespects her. He told her that he was going to go and do a whole series of live streams talking about his mama being a hoe. He treats his mama like he treat these girls. And I think that is the main issue I got with Carlissa taking up for him in the circus. Is that when you be out here and you be doing all of this for him, taking up for him, next week he's going to be back to throwing you under the bus. He never even promoted his mama book. That's real. That ain't fake. That ain't for the circus. When she got mad at Nevaeh, it was because she had to call Nevaeh in order to get in contact with Blueface. Blueface had blocked her. She had to call Nevaeh to tell Blueface to promote her book. And then Blueface demanded that she apologize to Nevaeh publicly before he would promote her book. It wasn't Nevaeh. But she ends up mad at Nevaeh. Then she gets mad that Nevaeh says, when Blueface asked Nevaeh, how does she feel when his mom does that to her? And Nevaeh was like, it really doesn't make no difference to me. I mean, I'm not gonna feel some type of way about a woman who got 3 baby daddies. Like, it's not. And listen, Carlissa do that to them. Why she thinks she can't get it back in return? That's the truth. That's the truth. Carlissa always want to pride herself on, I've been married 3 times. I got 3 baby daddies. I know who my baby daddies are. There are some people who could look at that and say, okay, that's what makes you a hoe. Obviously, her son is saying that. Her son is equating her behavior. Not only that, Blueface then put out more than just the 3 baby daddies and the 3 husbands. Only one of the husbands she had a child with. That's Blueface daddy. The other 2 baby daddies she was never married to. The other 2 men she was married to, she don't have no kids with. But Blueface put out a whole bunch of other stuff. And we don't know if it's true or not. Blueface might be making it up for the circus. I don't know. But Blueface has said a whole bunch of other stuff about his childhood that he didn't witness from his mama. And that is what he was threatening to do a series on. And he was basically saying it because he was like, how are you trying to separate yourself and say you different than these ladies? What makes you think you better than them? Her son is asking her that. This ain't the ladies asking her. Her son. Eventually, I think the ladies get to the point where they do say it though, because of how much she go in when she's doing her own content over on her channel. But they don't start out doing that. She does it. And so, listen, I don't think that shit gonna work. It's been working with, she been doing it to Nevaeh. Nevaeh mama, like I said, she's a clear woman. And I don't think that Nevaeh's mama been coming out as much. I don't know if that's because Nevaeh maybe telling her mom to like chill and hold it down a little bit. Because I know that Nevaeh, according to Carlissa, Nevaeh's mom and her have had conversations in the back. And Nevaeh's mom has attempted to chat Carlissa about the stuff that Carlissa says about Nevaeh publicly. But Nevaeh's mom really hasn't come out public and addressed how Carlissa be doing, right? But I don't know if this happened last night while I was asleep. I don't know when this happened. But Nevaeh auntie on the daddy side, the black side, she said that she want to smoke. She done told them she wants to smoke. She told them, you're going to stop this. You're going to stop embarrassing my niece. You're going to stop playing up in her face. You're going to stop doing all of that. Nevaeh's auntie on the daddy side wants to smoke. And Rella mama seemed like she wants to smoke too. So I don't know how this is going to work out for the Blueface family. They're going to definitely have content. I can say that. This is definitely going to increase the ratings of the circus because they got some now who is ready for them. They got some who is ready for them. I think the Krishan Rock family just thought they would try to come up and be able to go off and make some kind of careers for themselves. And they didn't think initially that it was going to be like exploitation of their trauma. I think once they realized that that was the plan, then that's when they kind of backed out and realized, well, if somebody going to capitalize off of our trauma, it might as well be us. But I think that then Krishan even wanted to back up out of that because I think she became embarrassed by how much of it was coming out. And so you had to pull back. Krishan was like, I don't want to be a part of that circus no more. I don't want to do that no more. Y'all take that over there. But now they got some new circus participants, and baby, I don't know. You said, okay, hell, you know I need all the info. That's why I watch LJ's rather come from over there with Lemon Pepper. They are recycling these girls from one show to the other. Yeah, but it seems like Blueface is recycling them into his family. Like it's one thing to recycle them for a show, but Blueface is recycling them into his family. He is putting sperm up in them. He told Rella while he was up in that nail salon, he was like, oh well, I'm not gonna see your baby. I'm not gonna have anything to do with your baby. He told her, he was like, I'm only gonna pay $500 a month. That's all he told her all the money. Now you got the Illuminati symbol. First, Just V had the Illuminati symbol. Now you got the Illuminati symbol from all the laughing faces. I don't know what's going on up in here. They must have the Illuminati must don't like I'm talking about this. But yeah, I don't know with this. Like, this is not. It's one thing to be recycling the show for a show. It's one thing to be creating all of this story for the show, but there is actual human beings that Blueface is bringing into this drama. And he is publicly saying in that nail salon to Rella, I'm not going to see your child. I'm only going to pay you $500. He's referencing all of these what am I trying to say, lawsuits that he got up against him, because Blueface owes millions right now to people from lawsuits. That the one guy that he got into that altercation where he was locked up with, then Soldier Boy baby mama, he owes some money. He owes a lot of money. So I think one of the main reasons I think that Nevaeh is probably getting the amount of money that she's getting from him is because for some reason I think he's collecting his money through Nevaeh. I think whatever he's coming in is coming in through her. Just like how he did with Krishan, except for what he was getting was Krishan's money. like the difference between how it's happening with Nevaeh, and it's a difference because he had Krishan's money coming to him. But he's now opposed. I do too. I do too, Angie. Because this shit is out of control. He is taking this shit out of control. Okay? Like, it don't make no damn sense. He got the little girl up on there cursing. She's not getting no better with the cursing. It's getting worse. She didn't so I already told y'all about little pink face. She getting ready for baddie baby. So Lemmy, she needs to get a contract with Lemmy, because that's all she about to be good for. And that's what I said. That's why I said, Carlissa, all that crap that she talked about all of these girls and stuff, and trying to make it seem like that her son is the prize and that these girls is no good and trash. She's not acknowledging that her son is trash too. She's trying to make it seem like he's the king and that these girls are trash and that she's tainting the bloodline and all of this other stuff. Well, if she don't stop, she's gonna see it come back in Journey, because Journey is baddie baby. You said, I think you're right, Carla. He's funding them. Right. I think that's exactly. And listen, Nevaeh has a history of being involved in some criminal activity. So she's definitely down for that type of thing. She knows what to do. She knows how to hold it down. Okay. So I think that's where that is the money's getting from. He don't even trust his mama to use her to put the money in her name. He didn't talk so much stuff bad about his mama being an opportunist, being a clout chaser, and he means that. He's not playing. He's not saying that shit for the show. He ain't saying that for the circus or to boost ratings. He means that. He tells all the girls that's why he wants them to stay away from his mama. I don't want you near her. I don't want you talking to her. He don't want nobody that's all buddied up with his mama. Why you think why he be leaving Jaden where she's at? He be saying all the time, Jaden will never be the one. Never. Like, he don't, because she's too close to Carlissa. And he does try to put Jaden in situations where she got to choose between him and Carlissa. He will do stuff where when he's mad with Carlissa, he will purposefully go over to Jaden's to try to interfere with Carlissa being able to have access to the kids. He does this. So that's why I said that him going to go spend time with those kids over there or doing stuff that he does with those kids, it really don't mean nothing, because he has a motive for why he does a whole lot of stuff. And when it comes to Pinkface Journey, he is using her for content. All of that cursing, she didn't curse Callie out, the sister, Carla's daughter, Blueface sister. Generally, she ain't over there cursing with them like that. Miller, you said I couldn't understand why she was making so much money. Now I get it. Yeah, I think that's why. I think because he's using her to collect the money. So that's why he's paying her the money. And that's why he gotta keep her around. I think he would much so rather, even though she's pregnant, I think he would rather like get rid of her right now, but he can't because he said it. I definitely think her getting pregnant was probably a mistake. Right? I don't think that was on purpose. But I think that he would much rather be able to get rid of her if it was not for the fact that the money was connected to her. Like I said, he did the same thing with Krishan, but only Krishan was the one that the money was going to, but it was going inside of his bank account. But in this instance, it's him making the money. So at least it's his money. He is the one making it. All while he's making Nevaeh look like a fool on the stream. So I guess that contributes to the rating. So I guess that's part of her job that she does, right? But it ain't enough. She's not always on it. It ain't enough that he's paying her that amount. I think it's because he got that money coming in her name because of all of this stuff he got going on with these lawsuits. And he don't trust his mama nor his daddy, who his daddy live in the house with him. I can't. He don't trust the mother or the daddy to put the money over there with them. He rather trust somebody, a female. And the thing is that Nevaeh is somebody he's been seeing her for a long time. He had been seeing her while he was seeing Jaden and Krishan. So she didn't just come about. For all we know, Stunner Girl claims she didn't just come about. She claims that they had some kind of relationship, although they're not saying like a romantic one or anything, but claiming that they had some type of relationship even before. And Stunner Girl tried to use that to say that that was the only reason why Krishan was being nice to her, was because she knew that Blueface and Stunner Girl had some kind of interactions before Stunner Girl ever went on baddies. That's what Stunner Girl said. Now, like I said, I don't know all of what's the truth about that, but Stunner Girl claims to have been around before, not necessarily like in a romantic type of situation or a hit and miss situation, but they had some kind of relationship before she even went on baddies. And then I don't know, Rella is claiming that she was around. So all of these people coming to the forefront of the circus claim to have had some past with Blueface. I don't know what, like I said, I don't know what this is, but yeah, that lawyer, that crazy lawyer one, we waiting to see what happened with her. Is she going to try to press charges or is she not? I think her own family outed her to stop her from doing that. But when she took her butt, first of all, she went to that house unannounced and act the fool up on that lawn to get up in that house. He had already messed with her sister. Her sister was the therapist lady. I think Ashley, right? Was the sister. She was the, cause wait, you got BB and Bree. What is she BB? Which one? I don't know which one is BB and which one is Bree. But you gotta one of BB or Bree. One of them is the attorney. And but Blueface had already had the sister, Ashley. I think she was the therapist or psychologist or something. He had already messed with her. She's the one, I don't know if y'all saw, but she the one, the sister is the one that Blueface father slammed on the live stream. This shit is a mess. It is a whole mess. But she claimed after us watching her on the live stream talking about she ready to go in and do her business with Blueface, then she comes back up onto this internet and want us to believe that Blueface then essayed her and that she might need to go get a rape kit and press charges. But her mother, I think her mother came out and spoke up against whatever that was that she was doing because the lawyer was trying to say, I guess, if she's bipolar or something. The mother, I think that girl mother said she ain't no bipolar. I don't know what's going on with this. This whole shit is just a whole damn mess. But I had to come and give y'all the recap because I know y'all don't be seeing all of what's going on over there. It is a mess going on over there at the Blueface, okay? At Blueface Academy. It's a whole mess. I just don't know. I don't know when this is gonna stop. Oh, I forgot to tell y'all about Pink Face. You said they get me on for watching this mess, but when these women cross over to the mainstream celebrity, they be lost. But I be knowing the backstory. That was her sister, that lawyer girl. Yeah, Ashley. So they was on some other thing too. Ashley and the lawyer. This is ridiculous. This is absolutely ridiculous. You want to know what? I'm starting to think that Blueface is trying to take Lemmy network, cause I seen where Jocelyn was getting mad with Lemmy, and she was out in something about Lemmy, and they was talking about doing a surviving Zeus network, and Akbar, I think, had something to do with it. There was some girl trying to talk about that they had her tied up or something. I think Blueface must be trying to take them from over there. Then, if that's where you saying they coming from, because but like I said, the only problem is Blueface is making these people really part of his family by giving these people a whole human to take care of. This is ridiculous. Like, Blueface, he is a combination of just all the wrong things. He got a Lemmy with the Bad Girls Club, the fight and all of that. Then you got Flavor of Love. Then they competing, and then you got Nick Cannon and had all the baby mamas. And this is just, he is taking all of the bad examples and rolling them up all into one big ass blunt. This this don't make no damn sense. I don't know what is going on. I did not know all of these girls came from somewhere else. I thought these just girls that didn't jump. Cause then he be up in his live stream trying to sell the D. You you said Blueface equals sin dipped in confusion. It is a mess. This is a mess. Oh my God. Lord have mercy. And this is why Scotty didn't want Lemmy over hanging out with Blueface. Because they were supposed to, it was something they was, these people, they be rumoring that Blueface and Lemmy be on some other kind of activities with each other. But they people always say stuff like that, right? But Scotty did not want Lemmy going over there with Blueface. And I mean, Lemmy already a whole horror and a whole mess all on his own, but teaming up with Blueface, that's a no. That's a mess. I did not know that all of these ladies came from over on that shit. See, Lord have mercy. I don't know what to say no more. You said I ain't heard from Blueface manager where he's over on hating. He was hating on Krishan. You said watch how Ray J is moving too. I think they are trying to take Lemon Pepper Network. Blueface just hosted a Zeus audition. Yeah, listen. Ray J is over there trying to take that queer element from Lemmy. I think because he got a lot going on with the rainbow community. Like, a lot of the stuff that Ray J is doing is staging himself for that rainbow over there. But supposedly Ray J really does have a heart condition. He has cardiomyopathy. Um, Only reason I believe it is because Sonya, the mother, came out and said something about it. Because people wasn't taking Ray J serious because he always playing and trolling. And Sonya did a live and said it. So I don't know. They saying it's bad. They saying that his prognosis is bad, but I don't know. I hope something turned around for him because you don't never want to see nothing like that happen. But he got this mess going on with Ray J got this mess going on with Kris Jenner and Kim Kardashian. And let me tell you something. I think that Kris Jenner and Kim Kardashian made a mistake trying to come after Ray J with this. I think that they might have thought that people thought that they wasn't going to take Ray J serious, but it's a lot being revealed through this civil suit that Kim Kardashian filed against Ray J. And it's being revealed that Ray J was telling the truth about some shit. Now, I wish you would probably maybe go look at that and talk about it because I can't understand all of the details. I can't keep up with everything. I got too much on my plate. I can't keep up with everything. But it is something brewing over there with Ray J, with that lawsuit with Ray J and Kim Kardashian and Kris Jenner. And they are saying that Kris Jenner and Kim Kardashian are getting exposed, and exposed to the point of even when they had Kanye West part of the whole plot in that shooting of keeping it up with the Kardashians. You said, I have Sonya's number because they had to Lord have mercy. Well, listen, you need to, because she did come live and say that he has cardiomyopathy. And so when people thought that he was like trolling about having like dying, and trolling about saying that he had something going on with his heart, she came live and said that it's the truth. Now I'm believing it because she said it. Now if she listen, I know that Sonya didn't coach them kids a lie about stuff before, because she had Brandy lying about being married and all of that crap. But I would hope she wouldn't tell no lie about nothing as serious as this. I would hope that that is true. So I'm gonna go on her word on that one. But yeah, it's something interesting going on that civil suit between Kim Kardashian, Ray J. Kim Kardashian and Kris Jenner filed against Ray J. They initially filed against him. I think that then he filed against them. And then now this has turned into a complete fiasco. But I can't follow all of the details because, like I said, I'm already got my mind on too many other things. Plus, I gotta work sometimes. I keep up with so much stuff that I can't keep up with every damn thing. I gotta work some of the time. And so I don't know all of what's going on with that story, but I'm interested in what's going on with that because, like I said, it's some kind of component with Kanye West. And when Kanye had to go get those tapes or something from Ray J and Whack 100 or something, all of that is involved in this civil suit. So I need an update. I need an update on what is all that all about. Because I don't think any of the people I tried to tune in, I think I tuned in too late. So I got to go to too many different things to try to get the pieces. And they don't have this stuff in a playlist for me to try to like get to it so I can hear it like in chronological order. It's just like all scattered all around. So it makes me not want I do better like when organization and order. So if I could find somebody that's talking about this lawsuit that had a playlist where I could follow it in order, I could do it. But I can't be going in and out trying to find this here and that video there amongst a whole bunch of other videos that these people do, because most of these people are doing a whole big, huge amount of content. You said no, girl, you got to stay and give all the updates because Ruby Kai and Great News, they haven't updated us on nothing. Hell, you on the update. Listen, I got the circus down because I think I have followed it enough. But that lawsuit with Ray J and Kim Kardashian and Kris Jenner, that is something that I'm not like really grasping all the way of what's going on with it. I just know that it got something to do with when Kanye West went to go get those tapes. Remember, do y'all remember when Ray J was hollering about he had some more tapes and they were trying to make it seem like he didn't? And then they said that Kanye had to go and talk to Ray J and Wack or something because Ray J and Wack was going off on Kim Kardashian and saying what they could expose. All of that is being revealed in this civil suit. All of it. So, and what is being discovered is that Ray J is not the liar in this conversation. That he is not the one lying. That Kris Jenner and Kim Kardashian was cooking something up. I don't know why, if they knew what was going. And then this is the thing. They was trying to get a whole bunch of stuff sealed because they didn't. Once this started rolling out, they did not want certain parts of the stuff coming out. And they was trying to get it sealed. But I think that it didn't work. So now it's being revealed of what they were doing. Child, this a mess, baby. This is a mess. Kim Zolciak then lost custody of them damn children. Over there on Real House. Listen, Kim then lost the custody. Drew then lost custody of the kids. I don't. It's a whole bunch of mess going on. Oh, and I did y'all watch my video about K Michelle and Portia? They gonna get into it over R. Kelly. Go watch my video about that. I did a video the other day. I'm waiting for we waiting for the episode. They already had a little tiff because K Michelle must couldn't have attended an event, right? Shut up, girl. It was an event that K Michelle couldn't attend, right? Or something. And it was because she ended up at the hospital. She was in the hospital due to something they had to do when she had to get those implants or whatever it is she had in her butt. But everybody knows that K Michelle had been trying to have another baby and that she has experienced some miscarriages. So apparently when they had went out to go have lunch or something, it was Cynthia, K Michelle, and I think Shamia. I think they said Shamia was there. Somebody, it was a third person there. But they were all meeting for lunch. And when they started to discuss why K Michelle couldn't come to the event, Portia blurted out, well, was it a miscarriage? And K Michelle got pissed. But Portia's side of the story says she couldn't tell that K Michelle was upset about it when they were having lunch. And she said that Portia said Cynthia even had a follow-up question to the miscarriage thing because K Michelle, I guess, in her response, didn't make it clear that it wasn't a miscarriage. She just continued to tell the story about what happened that sent her to the hospital. So then she said, then finally, she said it had to do, with her previous surgery that she had the implants or whatever it was taken out. And so then Portia is saying she didn't realize that it was an issue until K Michelle, I guess, had gone onto social media and then started getting upset on social media. And then she was getting like all of this stuff. And so then in the scene from the last episode I saw, Portia and K Michelle are talking it out. They kind of apologize to each other, but when they go to do that green screen, K Michelle basically is like, I don't trust her no more. You messed me up once, that's one thing, but I don't trust her no more. So K Michelle took some major offense to. She felt like that she had told Portia that it had to do with the surgery, the plastic surgery, and that she felt like that Portia was trying to make fun of her having miscarriages. And Portia is like, I would never do that. Like she's like, I had my own miscarriages. And then she must work with the March of Dimes with women who have issues with that or something. And so Portia was like, that was not my intention. That's not why I did it. But then apparently, I don't know if it's going to be any more little beefs that are going to ignite in between that, but it is going to be a blow up because of R. Kelly and both of these women's relationships with R. Kelly. So I did a live about that, what has come out so far about the conversation. I also posted like when Portia spoke about her connection to R. Kelly and vaguely and I mean and ambiguously talked about her experience with R. Kelly because she did not go into a lot of details. And I don't know if in her book if it's more detailed, but she did not go into a lot of details in any of those interviews. She just said that it was more of an experience that she could relate to some of these women who then ended up being victims in the case. And then she did mention in the interview that she did overhear someone being abused while she was there, and that was the last time that she had gone to the house to see him. This is her account. And then she also said, because I did not remember this from all the way back when she originally talked about her relationship with R. Kelly. I remembered that when they said that K Michelle was coming onto the show, my first thought was, are they going to have some kind of conversation about R. Kelly? Because I knew both of the women had been involved with him. And I remembered what I remember what Portia had said, right? And I knew in contrast to what K Michelle was saying, that they had slightly different experiences, right? And so I was wondering whether that was going to become part of the show. So that's when I logged back into the show because I have not watched Real Housewives of Atlanta for a very long time. I haven't watched none of those franchises for a very long time. Because the ones I used to watch was Atlanta, Beverly Hills, Potomac. Those are the only three I watched. But I haven't watched any of them for a very long time. But I tuned back in because when they said K Michelle was coming on, you said they lost custody of their kids. K Michelle should have started recording from when she was to do the show with a coach because that's who the producer. Well, she explained it. Then she just often got married to her high school sweetheart. They thought that they had everything planned out. The coach was supposed to propose on the show, and then she showed up and started to filming with the old man, the dentist. Cause she had been with that man. I didn't even know she had left the dentist. I thought that she was still with him. But it is going to be a blowout on Real House of Atlanta due to R. Kelly and these two women realizing that the two of them were both involved with R. Kelly, and it is said that they was involved with him while he was still married to Drea. Now, I don't know when he got divorced from Drea. I cannot remember. But it is being said that both of these ladies he was still married to Drea, but involved with both of these ladies in the timeline overlapped. And I find it odd that they did not know this before they started taping. But I don't think that I think this was probably staged by production to bring this conversation to a head. I don't think these two women anticipated that. I think they probably either used other cast members to stage it to come out, or they did something to like bring it out or whatever. But I don't know if I'm gonna be convinced that these two ladies intentionally wanted to bring this to the show. I think that it was set up for it to be brought to the show. So we will see, y'all. I don't know if it's going to be this week or if we got a couple of more episodes, but they said it is about to go down, and it is about to go down surrounding the Pied Piper. This don't make no sense. This don't make no sense. It is just too much. So, y'all, I got to get off of here. I have been on here with y'all for a long time, y'all. I need to get off of here because I do have stuff I need to do to try to get myself ready for work tomorrow. In the morning, I normally get up at 5 a.m. So I gotta try to get myself together. But yeah, Kim lost her kids. Drew lost the kids. You said you couldn't believe that Portia dated R. Kelly. Has Portia brought her girlfriend to the show? Not yet. She brought that dude to the show. That I don't know if you be watching this guy called Country Wayne, but this dude has started doing like comedy on social media with Country Wayne. She had him on that episode saying that they started dating. Now she claims that they're not intimate with one another, but so far she just brought him on it. I haven't seen the girl on it, but I did get wind that the girlfriend is going to be coming on it. So apparently she's dating a man and she's dating this woman too. But yeah, she, and then when the interview that I posted that Portia did with Tamara Hall, it said that Tamara said she had reached out to R. Kelly's camp to get input on his what Portia was just talking about on the show, but they declined to give any input. And this is the thing, girl. The FBI went to go talk to Portia. I ain't know that. I did not. The other day when I did my live, I was like, I don't think she ever, went to go speak to the authorities or nothing like that. Because I don't remember hearing that at the time when I heard her say it. When I heard her talk about that she had a relationship with R. Kelly, it was when she was on, I think, Hot 97. And so I heard that part of the interview. I didn't hear nothing about that girl had gone to go talk. Did the FBI came to her house? You said, how did they lose the kids? That's crazy. I don't know all of the details yet. I told you I can't be. I gotta go. I saw the headline saying that Kim then lost them kids, and they was involved in that divorce and the custody dispute and all of that. And when that time when the police had to come out to the house and all of that. Oh, and then they said Big Papa died too. The one. Ain't that what Kim used to call him, Big Papa? He done passed away. They didn't show the picture of him and said he passed away. I don't know whether Kim was still talking to him or not at the time of his death. But yeah, Drew then lost them kids and Kim lost them kids. So that's two, one previous Atlanta housewife and the other former Atlanta housewife and one other one current, then lost the kids. You want when it come to Drew, I kind of think that hers might got more to do with the fact that their husband don't want them kids filming and being on that show and all of this stuff that she be doing. I think that's Drew. I think that's what has limited her in her storylines on the show too. So they might have determined that it might be something that he submitted to determine that he would be the best caretaker of the child. I don't know all the details because I didn't get to look all the way into that story. I just heard it mentioned that both of them lost custody of the kids. But yeah, Portia talked to that FBI, but on the Kells case. It said it in the interviews. So I don't know what that was about. I don't know if she was one of them pseudonyms up in the case or not. But it says that Portia talked to the FBI and they came to her house. So I don't know whether they came there because she contacted them, or I don't know whether they came there because of some information that they got. And that's how they ended up there. But that's why I'm really now really interested to see what is this argument between her and K Michelle. Because how they, I guess, supposedly, whatever K Michelle, because we know that K Michelle stands. So I guess it is triggering for Portia. And that is probably where it's gonna get heated. And you know, the two of them, they like, oh my God, like two atomic bombs. So, but we know that in the interview that K Michelle did with Jason Lee, she talked about how hard it was for her to try to maintain her composure throughout the season. So I guess we can know that the argument didn't get as bad as we anticipate it could, but it sounds like that it was a pretty bad argument. Now, Portia did an interview with Carlos King. I think it might have been I don't know if she did the interview last week or if it was a little bit before last week, but in that interview, I didn't hear her discuss the argument that they had about R. Kelly. She discussed the initial argument that they had in regards to the mix-up about why K. Michelle went to the hospital. And then she does make mention that she thinks that in the end, K. Michelle is going to realize that she took the wrong side. There's something, because I figured something was going to happen with K. Michelle and Drew. Just based off of K. Michelle's interview with Jason Lee. And then when I saw the first episode, I was like, okay, that's who I figured in the Jason Lee interview, I figured she was talking about Drew. I hadn't watched the first episode by then. I watched the first episode after I watched the Jason Lee interview. And then I was like, oh yeah, her and Drew are going to get into it. You said, I think Candy's divorce went well for her, and Quad and the King broke up. This is too. Yeah, I think Candy tried to keep it down as much as she could because she knew that it probably had the potential to like get out of hand because of all of the things that had already been said about Todd prior to her marrying him and trying to make. So I think she didn't want it to get too out of hand. I think she tried to keep things contained. Oh, and the other thing I think is coming up, that lawsuit that T.I. filed against Sabrina. Is her name Sabrina Patterson or Peterson? That is getting ready to come up, I think. I think that case is getting ready to come out where T.I. sued her for defamation of character because when she was saying all of that stuff about him and Tiny, that lawsuit is about to come up. So I don't know what we about to find out in that, but that's about to come out too. So we will see. He is suing her. T.I. is suing her for defamation of character behind all those allegations that she made when them people was coming out and saying that Tiny and T.I. was conducting all of those hotel nights and trying to make them a Rico before Diddy was a Rico. This is a damn mess. And then supposedly somebody who worked with 50 Cent didn't come forward about, I don't know if they say it was his driver or something. Listen, I cannot, when I'm clicking into this stuff, I cannot get all of the details. So I gotta go back and get it. But I'm just letting y'all know, which y'all go look up. It is something with 50 Cent. He got a one of his old drivers or something is coming out talking about something with some mistreatment. And then there's somebody else's maid is coming forward about something. I'm trying to remember who that was. These people is coming up out of the woodworks, baby. I don't know what is going on, but listen, let me get my butt up off of here for the evening. Yeah, yeah, I know they get down like that, but I guess they fit. I guess they trying to say like they. I guess they didn't force nobody, or not with Sabrina was trying. Is her name Sabrina? I know it's an S. I think it's Sabrina Peterson or something like that. Um, I guess they were saying it wasn't all of what she was saying. It wasn't all of what she tried to make it out to be. And so I guess T.I. said, let me go ahead and sue her for defamation of character and let these details, maybe he want to use this as a way to get the details out. I don't know. So that then people don't try to take it and twist it around like with happen in some of the other situations. Maybe this is his way of thinking he's being proactive about dealing with what allegations might come out about him versus him just sitting and waiting. I don't know, but he is suing her, and that case is coming up. So listen, if you ain't did nothing, I guess the best thing is for you to sue. Everybody keeps talking about all these other. Diddy lost his lawsuit. He tried to sue Peacock. So I guess he went after before he listen, it'd be something else for me to update. So before he went to sue Netflix for the 50 Cent documentary, I guess he decided he was gonna go after Peacock. He lost that lawsuit. And the judges in that lawsuit, I think I posted Pam reading it, y'all. The judges in that lawsuit told Diddy, ain't nobody ruin your reputation, nigga. You ruin your own damn reputation. The judges in that lawsuit said they is sick of these dead niggas. Just like I think the judges in this appeal about to come back and let him know we sick of your ass. You lucky the judge ain't give you more goddamn time talking about he could. Listen, I think, in my opinion, I'm no professional in this, but in my opinion, I think that I think initially Spiro was a little bit tongue-tied because the judges came in off the rip aggressive, right? And this is the thing, and I say this because Diddy like Trump. Diddy is like Trump. I don't care what nobody say. Diddy is like Trump. And the way that those judges was handling Spiro in the beginning, I was like, oh, she about to be fired. She about to be fired. Because he don't have no pay. He's all about presentation. Even if somehow you come out still able to hold your own and maintain it, he is concerned how some look. You know what I'm saying? That's how Trump is. That's why Christy Nome gone, and that's why what's the attorney general what's her name? I can't stand. I can't her name. I cannot think of her name right. But that's why they gone. Cause especially Trump can't stand when it's a woman and she performs bad. Cause I thought Tulsi was about to be out after she had to sit before the Senate before the House committee after that whole fiasco with the him sending them over there to Iran. So I thought Tulsi was about to be gone too. But he got rid of Christy Nome and Bondi. Paying Bondi, right? So Diddy is the same way. It's all about presentation. And the way that them judges was whooping Spiro head back and forth, y'all, in the beginning, I was like, I knew she's trying to get her footing. She's trying to get back control. She's trying to be firm and confident in her responses with them. I think they just threw her off much sooner than what she thought they would. But I was like, Diddy don't like that. So at the beginning, I was like, oh, she gonna be fired by the end of the day. But in the end, I think both sides really did argue well. I just don't think this is working out for Diddy. I don't. I think just Subramanian did what was within his limit to do. And I don't think this is going to work out for him. I don't, despite the fact that I think that Spiro gave the best, I mean, Shapiro, I'm saying Spiro like Jay-Z and the Lloyd. Despite the fact that I think Shapiro did a great job, I think that it was very creative of her. This is what she's nuanced in doing. I still don't think that that was enough. I don't. I think that in the end, that appeal is going to be denied, and Diddy is still going to be sitting there. And I think that those judges probably feel the same damn way that the judge in the civil case against Peacock felt. You ruined your own goddamn reputation. You came up into this courtroom admitting to all of this badass shit. You can't, and that's, you want to know what? That's not to go off subject, but that's how I feel about the David case too. In my opinion, I feel like with the David case, even there may be routes that the defense could possibly try to take to say that he didn't murder her, but all of what they're going to have to admit to try to convince people that he didn't murder her is still going to look so bad that nobody's going to believe the theory that he didn't murder her. Like, I think that he murdered her. They ain't gonna put me on that jury. And the day one, I woke up into that. Listen, they shouldn't even call me on there if they send me a call, because you know how they be with some of these high profile cases. They be like sending a questionnaire to the people, to the potential jurors ahead of time, so that they can try to like get some feel for the people, so that they don't even bring in people. They can try to like weed out that way. Because I done seen some cases where they do that. When if it's a case where it's like a high profile case, they will what they will do, they will weed out some of the jurors ahead of time, even before the first day of jury selection, by sending a questionnaire to them at home and asking them certain things about the case, right? My questionnaire should be thrown, I should be thrown out after that. Like, they shouldn't even bring me into the courtroom. But if they bring me into the courtroom, if they so happen to just not pay attention to no way I answer that questionnaire, and they bring me into that courtroom, I am going to tell them I don't care, he did it. There is nothing that you're going to convince me that he didn't do it. Now, I'm willing to sit in the audience and listen to you try to convince me, and you might. I ain't saying that you might not. But I'm letting you know, don't put me on that jury, because I cannot guarantee you I'm willing to hear nothing that you got to say. I believe that the boy killed her, right? But I do think that there could possibly be a way. I don't know what way that is, but there could possibly be a way. And this is what I always thought. And it was why I held off on saying he killed her in the beginning, right? Because I was like, it's possible, it's right. We can confirm that he was molesting her, right? We can confirm that. That's not a question. I'm almost certain that he got rid of her body. But just because those two things happened does not mean that he actually did the murder. And the reason why I was holding out on that part, or the reason why she was unalive, right? Because my thinking was, I felt like she did something to herself. I felt like that was always a possibility. And then I felt like that it might have been due to them having a breakup or about to have a breakup. She flips out. She does this thing to herself. Or I also felt like that it was a possibility that because I'm familiar with these groups that are growing online amongst these kids, that somehow her unaliving attempt of herself could have had something to do with some content, some gore content. This is what these kids are doing on the internet. So I was always leaving room for the fact that maybe he wasn't the one who did the actual unaliving part. But I just feel like that even if there is a way that the defense can try to, because they keep emphasizing that he did not unalive her. That is what his defense team keeps saying. And I know that they ain't gonna, if when you trying to, you're not gonna come right out and say that. But I think that that might be the direction that they might be going in. I think that somehow the direction that they might be going in might be to try to say that he did not unalive her. I think that their confidence about that came from their client, right? Which is often like the misleading part. I think that their confidence in the fact that he didn't unalive her probably came from their client. And because they probably do have a story from their client. And so in their story, it is possible that the story coming from their client might be admitting to the molestation. It might be admitting to that I got rid of her body, but it might not be admitting to the unaliving part. I think that the shock and surprise was how well they saw and how much information the prosecution is claiming that they have about this unaliving part. Because in that brief, they are claiming to have a lot of information about this unaliving part. Like they have down to the hour that they are saying that this girl was killed. They are confirmed that the killing happened within less than 40 minutes. So, like I don't think that, I don't know what David was thinking when he was talking to his attorneys, that he was confident enough that he had done such a good job at what he did that he was able to like throw them off and able to make it appear like maybe she had done something to herself or whatever. I don't know what it was running through that mind with that, but I think his attorneys was just as shocked. Right? You said the prosecutor, right? I'm saying, yeah, the prosecutors have it laid out. Yeah, like they know almost, they are stating in that brief that she got to the house at 10:20. And they are saying that by the time she got there at 10:20, that by 10:58, I could be off by a couple of minutes, but I know it was around 10:50 something. By 10:50 something, she was dead. That's what they're saying. Now either they lying, you know what I'm saying? Either they lying or it's a reason they're saying that. And I'm not convinced. This is what I'm really starting to wonder, like based on the confidence level and how they got it down, like narrowed like that. I'm starting to wonder if it's some surveillance from somewhere on that property because he didn't own that property. David did not own that property. He was renting that property from someone. And I'm starting to wonder, was it outside of the video from the Tesla? Because that has been like shown to us. And I don't know if they said he was driving a Tesla the night of when he went to Santa Barbara after the crime. It's possible maybe he was driving the Tesla that night too. And then that's enough to give us details about the route he took and all of that. Because they know the specific route he took going to Santa Barbara. They know that he dumped her passport at the drop-off location. This is what I'm saying. Like, if I've heard some content creators over the weekend flirt with the idea for a defense of that. Could the defense make it seem like when he texted her to ask her where she was, could it possibly be like that she walked off or something and he didn't know where she went? Or something like that. No, I don't. I think that whatever the prosecution has, I think they got some video or audio of something. Because to have that timeline like that, I don't know. What do y'all think? Let me know what y'all think. Like to make those claims, they are very bold claims to me to make in a brief. And not knowing that you can't back them up. Like this brief is released before the preliminary hearing. And let me tell y'all real quick. Y'all, I ain't getting off of here with y'all. Look, so of course, you know the two people that get on my nerves the damn most. But I watch them anyway. They get on my nerves, but I watch them anyway because you can get information everywhere, and it's helpful, and it helps you to better understand. You don't even if it's something you don't agree with, you don't shut yourself off from listening because it makes you behind the game. You behind the game, right? So, Mark Garagos and Harvey were having a conversation, and what I was about, I forgot what the heck what I was about to say now. What was I about to say about something they said? Now I can't even remember what I was about to say. What they was talking about, y'all. But yeah, I don't know. I think that it's they were having a conversation about the fact of this brief being released, and they were basically saying like, oh, Margaret goes to saying, I only saw this like two times in my whole career. And I've only seen this. And he was saying basically it had something to do with like financial crimes when it was done. It was never anything like of this type of magnitude when he saw this type of brief be released prior to the preliminary hearing. And so basically that's their reasoning for saying that this is the prosecution's attempt to tank the jury pool because they are already trying to set the narrative out there for any potential jurors. And in the back of my mind, I'm listening to them and I'm like, you want to know what? The reason why the prosecution may have felt like they needed to come out here and release a brief prior to the preliminary hearing is because of all of the bullshit that you and Harvey have been out here saying for the last few months surrounding this case. All of the shit they been putting out here, all of their hypotheses and all this shit they've been doing for the last months since the investigation started. So maybe they decided they was gonna put a brief out because of all of the stuff that y'all are trying to do, to poison the jury pool. They be blowing me. These people that be out here, because just like people want to claim and say that the prosecution pays people and does all of this stuff in order to put people out here, in order to try to determine the outcome of a case, you don't think the defense do it too? And the thing is that they don't ever blame the defense for it being done. No matter whether or not it's good or bad on the other side, they always blame the prosecutors or the feds or the government agency for being the ones trying to do stuff out here to taint the jury pool. But I start to wonder and look at the things that the defense team does to taint the jury pool. So to me, it would seem to me that the prosecutors, the defense, the law enforcement, they are attempting to put out a counter narrative. Y'all are putting out one narrative about them. And that has the potential in order to taint the thinking of the people listening. So they attempt to put out a counter narrative in order to say, to try to, in my opinion, to try to keep things balanced. That's my opinion. What do you expect them to come out and do? Give the information that sways it in the direction that you're telling from the side of the defense team? No, they're going to come out and share their case, the facts in their case, what they deem to be the truth. That's what they're going to do. They aren't doing anything just like just like strategists and people that take the side of the defense, they do it in order to try to get the public to see the alternative. They are providing what they are presenting. And to me, it's to allow rational thinking people to have some kind of balance in what they are hearing. But whenever the side of the government or law enforcement or anything does anything to give what they deem to be the facts on the case, it is always them attempting to try to throw the case. And when the defense does it, people will ignore it. Because I'm telling y'all, and I don't mean nothing, no harm to nobody behind this. But I am convinced that P. Diddy ran some campaigns during his trial in order to try to take the jury pool. I think that that was all part of when he was having that conversation on the Netflix docu series that 50 Cent did a marvelous job with. Right? I think that that was what he meant when he told what's that man name that was his head lawyer, when he told him that they need to get somebody on this, that he doesn't know media like this, that he only knows one. Diddy's yelling at him and telling him you only know one kind of media, mainstream media. It's other things that you need to tap into. You need to go get whoever you can, even if it means somebody out of the country. And then what do we end up with? We ended up with a goddamn Sean Atwood causing all that bullshit commotion up over there, having all of them damn people over there. I think that crazy ass attorney that they kept having up on News Nation, I think somehow she was working for some kind of in that Courtney Burgess. That was not no. I don't believe no government or law enforcement agency is going to use no raunchy, shady people like that to be doing nothing on their behalf. I believe that was all a part of some kind of way, some money getting to confuse and put all this misinformation and stuff like that from Diddy camp. I think they did that. You said I would have to do a live on that. I said a while ago that prosecutors better have their dates and times exact. Defense attorneys will always support each other and give alternative theories of the case. Yeah, and I know they will. And this is the thing. I don't when the lead attorney does it, when the attorney do it, when you do it. If Pam does it, attorney Simone, I'm like okay with it. You know what I'm saying? It doesn't bother me because I'm watching a case to get to the truth. To get to the truth. I'm watching a case for the person who was wrong to get to justice, right? I'm not watching a case because this person is my favorite and I want them to get off. Like that's not how I watch stuff. I'm always fascinated how people who I think are guilty get off on stuff. I'm fascinated by that. And I'm fascinated listening to defense attorneys explain how it happens, right? But I'm not opposed to hearing like both sides. I am really fair on both sides. But what I will do though is speak up when I feel like one side is being bashed more than the other. That is a thing that I have a habit of doing. If I feel like that one side is being accused of something that I can clearly see that the other side is actually doing, and people are overlooking what the other side is doing, they think that's okay to do, right? But they don't think that the other side needs to try to use some of those tactics to try to combat what the other side is attempting to do. That's when I have a problem with it. And so that is why Mark Geragos get on my nerves. That's why Bo Brindley gets on my nerves. That's why with that man, this P Diddy was what's his name? I cannot think of that fat man name. He get they because to me they crooks. They are attorneys that are crooks, and I'm just being honest. I'm coming right out and saying it. When it in my eyes, those three I named right there, they are crooks. Okay. And I have an issue. They agitate me. They irk me when they do things. Exactly. They act as if there's only one of a right. Like, oh, the defense can do all of this illegal, unethical ass shit. Nobody's telling nobody not to defend their client. Nobody's saying that. Nobody's saying to not do things that are within ethics, that don't violate ethics to try to get their client off. Like when I look at the things that J Bo did to try to help her client, she stayed within ethical lines. I didn't have no issue with nothing she attempted because she stayed within ethical lines. I have an issue with these people who, and this is for me, this is no matter whether or not they was on the side of the defense or the prosecution. If I see either side doing something that I think is unethical, I'm gonna have a feeling about it. I'm also gonna have a feeling when I feel like people are being accused of doing something unethical when they're not. And in the instance of those Diddy prosecutors, I think it was a lot of that thrown at them. I think I don't care with nobody. I think a lot of it was thrown at the Kells prosecutors, all of the judges. Everybody was unethical, but the people on the other side. And to me, that's just a strong. That's too strong of a bias. I don't like seeing like that. Bothers me. I don't like that. So it makes me say I have to say something because I don't like seeing it, that. Why do you think that it is okay for this side to do all of these things that are clearly violations? Major things. I mean, just breaking the law. Some of this shit is breaking the law. But when the other side, when you accuse the other side of doing it, and the reason I don't like that is because it does. It remind. I said it the other day. It reminds me of behavior of COINTELPRO about you distorting facts on purpose to purposefully work against the truth, against what is right. COINTELPRO went and infiltrated all of these organizations that were trying to get rights for people of color, trying to deal with our country going into other countries and just starting wars and creating devastation and shit and all of this stuff. This is what they decided to create, a arm of government to go in and infiltrate these groups, label them as terrorist groups, terrorist organizations in order for them to do this. Killed some of their leaders, caused dissension within the group. Like, this is what they did. And when I see these people, like, sometimes doing this out here, it reminds me of that activity. They're doing the same thing, purposefully distorting the fact. Like, it's like, yeah, your master taught you really well. You learned this from COINTELPRO in order to run a misinformation campaign like this, to use these type of tactics against ones, wiretapping people, surveilling people, infiltrating their camp, and putting misinformation out, placing trying to ruin their reputations, setting them up in situations where you can then make a headline the next day in order to tear down their reputation. So then you tear down all of the efforts that they are trying to make legislatively in order to advance people that shouldn't even have to ask for their rights. And when I look at what some of these people do, it reminds me of that is what they are doing in order to try to prevent people who have been victimized from getting the justice that they should get. And that's what bothers me about when I see it. It's like a whole bunch to protect those in power, because that's the attempt. That's what COINTELPRO was attempting to do, to protect those already in power. And I feel like when I see these defense teams and these high profile cases use this same strategy in order for them to try to maintain systems of power, that bothers me. You said, yeah, you have to have a legal argument that's in accordance with FRE and FRCP, and say, yeah, right. Like, and it's just like I be seeing them do all types of shit. I don't mean no harm. And I'm gonna say this to you right here. I wish you would read that goddamn motion. I wish you would read that goddamn motion, this last one, because I don't mean no harm. I don't mean no harm. But that shit is all wrong. That shit is all wrong, honey. And some ain't, and I'm wondering. I was waiting for somebody to read what happened in court the other day. Not read what the next hearing is, what needs to be put in next, not the order. Yeah, that one. Yeah. But read what took place when they went into that hearing the other day. Cause it's some stuff, questionable shit up in that goddamn motion. And there's some questionable characters in that motion. And there's some questions about I don't want to go all the Angie, I'm not trying to go all the way there. It's just some questionable shit. It's some questionable shit. And the more and more that even you had some people who may want to say if it's some way for some relief in this situation, some people are going to drop off if they keep seeing all this bullshit. It's this shit ain't don't look right, and it's some shit that ain't right about it. And Bo he already been accused before. He was able to skirt by the skin of his teeth with misconduct. He was charged. Levin Weber was the judge. And the question in the indictment, the case that he was charged against him was he coaching witnesses to testify or was he coaching witnesses to lie under oath? That was the question. He skated by, I think, with that by the skin of his teeth. And it was because when you deal with questionable clients, then they have questionable character. And so when you find yourself in a bind, you let the character of your clients be questioned and you preserve your character. And I believe that that's exactly how Bo got out of that situation by the skin of his teeth. Now, that's just my opinion. In that case, there are several cases that he has worked on when what his activity has been questioned. Just like I'm saying with Mark Gargos. Now, Angie, you know, when you went to go back and look at and play that interrogation of Jonathan Oddie, remember during the Diddy trial when people was going back to the Jonathan Oddie interrogation? Because everybody thought that man was crazy as shit when after he tried to shoot Donald Trump at that Doral Golf Resort, that when he asked them detective, do you know P. Diddy? And the detective was like, the singer? Everybody thought that he was lying. He wasn't lying. And so there are some other things that he said in that interrogation that make me concerned. And this man has not even received his due process. Where is he at? People can. It was one phone call, I think, during the P. Diddy trial when his ex-wife got on News Nation. I don't know how many interviews she did. I think it was at least 2, but she might have done 3. And there was one time when a call came in because remember, when Tisa was looking into it, Tisa was thinking that he was dead. But all of a sudden, he pops up like on this voice call, and then this court appearance happens or something behind him attempting to shoot Donald Trump. Next thing you know, he's lost all over again. Where is this man? Why hasn't he gotten his due process? But one of the other things that he claims, you said, girl, I have never been so wrong in my life about that. Exactly. Everybody was wrong, but there is something else that he said in that interrogation room. He said that P. Diddy and Mark Garagos had a plot to kill, and the Democrats had a plot to kill Donald Trump. This is what this man said. This man said that Mark Garagos threatened to kill him, Jonathan Oddie. And that Mark Garagos, P. Diddy, and the Democrats had a plan to kill Donald Trump. This is what he was telling these detectives. Now, everybody thought he was crazy when he said he was being a sex slave for Cassie and Diddy. But the man wasn't lying. So why is nobody looking into what else was said? Why is Mark Gargos over there on TMZ, over there on the podcast, Two Angry Men with Harvey Levins, like ain't nothing happened. But we didn't watch James Comey be indicted twice. Something is not right. Something is not right. And that is my issue with those ones I named. That Bo Brindley, Mark Garagos, and that Diddy attorney. What is his name? The one that started out with him. Um, shit. I'm borderline to say Brian Steele. I'm starting. Listen, I'm starting to have that feeling about Brian Steele ass too. But when is the one that was Diddy's attorney that also represented Keith Raniere, and then he went on to represent one the Alexander brothers who just got convicted too. What is his name? And his wife, the wife is representing Luigi Mangione. Um, what's their name? I can't think of it right now. But him, yeah, that's another one that I don't look at favorably. And like I said, I am almost there with Brian Steele because listen, I thank God. I thank God that for some reason he saw fit to give Thug another chance, right? To try to do right. I think that the prosecution did a terrible job trying to connect Thug's um role in all of the things that they claim, right? Um, but I said this the other day. I don't know how with those last two defendants, with Shannon and Yak Gotti, that they did not convict them for that murder of Shamel Drinks. Not after watching that video. But let me tell you, the same way that they did with another video out here, trying to make people think they were seeing something that they wasn't, they did it with that video. They took that video of that shooting of Shamel Drinks, and these content creators had these people out here thinking they were seeing something that wasn't, they did not. And where I do fault the fact that the prosecution team did not do, I think they could have looked more into the other vehicle on the road, maybe like a little bit better. But the video is clear that one of the men in that car shot that boy. I seen it with my own eyes. Just like that other video I done seen that they keep trying to say that crazy shit with. And I don't understand that. I don't understand how then you get, and I don't know what it was. Like I said, I think the jury just had fatigued at that point and they wasn't open to hearing nothing. But even if there are some counts that I could say I felt like the shut up. She shut up. Even if I feel like it's some counts, I just gotta be honest. This is just me being honest. Cause like I said, I'm on the side of what's right and just and what is the truth. I ain't on no particular side for no reason. And I don't wish no harm to no one. It's just this is like people gotta stop. They gotta stop lying. Like, like there are other ways to support other than a lie. You know what I'm saying? Like that's my whole thing. There are other ways to support situations other than going along with stuff that you know is a lie and trying to pass it off to people. Like I don't like that like kind of deceptiveness like that. That kind of deceptiveness bother me because it's cult like, it's cult behavior. It's what leaders and cults do in order to try to mess with the minds of people and stuff. I can't. I'm sorry. I just gotta be honest. And they killed that boy. And they should have been found guilty for that. But I think that the jury was fatigued behind that. And so then I've been watching some of the other things Brian still been doing. You know that Diddy shit was questionable to me. You know what him and Nicole Westmoreland did. I felt like that was some cruddy stuff to do. But when it comes down to, it's one case that they just had on another SA case involving a child. Angie, I'm starting to look at him the same way too. I'm starting to look at him the same way. Nope. That's another crook. That's another that's another crook. And like I said, I mean, you have attorneys who are crooks that work for the government, and you have attorneys who are crooks that work for the defense. You have attorneys who are crooks that work financial. You know, work what is it called? What kind of attorney like what kind of attorney do you call to deal with like finance stuff or whatever? Some of every just like you got good ones in all of these places, you got bad ones in these places. I don't mean no harm, but I listen. I'm gonna question what I see, and then if I'm wrong about it, I admit it. I don't have no problem admitting I'm wrong. I'm not. I don't have to be right. I think that's what a lot of people have an issue with. A lot of people they want to be right, and they will hold to wrong even when they know they were wrong because they just want to be right. They don't want to like concede or say they was wrong about a thing. I don't have to be right. This is how I feel at the time. I'm formulating that based on some facts that I'm seeing in front of my face. I'm formulating that based on the information that I have available to me at the time. And if somewhere down the line I become wrong, I will admit to it. I will admit I don't have no problem saying I was wrong. You said that takes me, and it's called a transaction. Okay, yeah, right. Yeah. You got good ones and you got bad ones. In every profession. Same thing with doctors. You have good doctors and bad ones. You got look at the man over there in the Olympics where he was doing that to all of them girls. Every person training gymnastics, you know, training the girls and boys with gymnastics, they ain't doing that. But some of them are. Some of them, that's why they get into that kind of job because of the access that it gives them to their prey. It gives them the opportunity to be predatory. And so they get into jobs like that for that reason. I know my cousin was a part of a whole lawsuit out here where it was a GYN doctor who was doing inappropriate stuff. Every GYN doctor ain't doing that, but it is some. And then the thing is that a lot of time when it comes to the law, the reason why the clients, because they want so badly to get out of their situation, because a lot of the times most people who commit a crime, they don't think they need to be accountable or do time for the crime. They think, and this is just real. I'm just being honest. Most people when they commit a crime, they don't think they need to do no time for it. Any time that they feel like they gonna feel like it's unfair. They gonna all say that. Most of them. Oh, that wasn't fair. Every now and then, you gonna find a 1 out of 100 that says, "Yeah, I deserve to get that. Yeah, that's what I should have got. Yeah, I should have got more than that. Yeah, thank God he delivered me from not getting more than that." That's gonna be like 1 in 100. Most criminals aren't gonna think they should do any time, right? So because that's the demographic that these defense attorneys are servicing, then those people are vulnerable to whatever they're telling them. It's just my opinion that I think, and this I must say this. I'm gonna go out here and say it. I'm just being honest. I think J-Bo is realistic. She had a realistic approach. She had an ethical approach. She wasn't willing to do anything that was going to compromise her integrity. And she was trying to do what she could to preserve the integrity of her client for any relief that he might be able to get down the line. That's my opinion. I think other people are not that concerned about that. And hey, I said it and I, oh well. It's the truth. That's how I feel. And it's a market. It's a market for it. You got some people who that's what they feel like, okay, I've let you try to do this the right way. I've let you try to do this the honest way. And it's not getting me what I want. So I'm gonna go with the one that's gonna break all the rules and do it all the fucked up way. And I think that's what we see right now. I think I think that's what we seeing right now. And that's my opinion, but I could be wrong. And that's why I'm waiting to see, how does this play out? How did you said we try to avoid the case from turning into a court case, or turning yourself into the court case? You have some lawyers who are attempting to avoid turning themselves into the court case. And then you got some lawyers who they willing to take the chance in order to get their payday. I don't know what this shit. I don't know what this shit is about. But I don't know. I'm waiting to see what's going to happen. I'm waiting to see if, based on what has been claimed, just like we got to wait to see with David and what has been claimed in the brief, does this prosecutorial team have all of what they're saying they have, or are they bluffing us? If they have all of what they saying they have, yeah, I think their case is open and shut. If we get the court and they don't have all of what they say they got, then that's gonna make me look at them with a side eye. Then I'm gonna start looking at them like I look at some of these other ones out here too. Like, this is what you told us, and this is not what we're seeing. I think the reason why in the P. Diddy situation is, this is what really pissed me off about that situation, right? I think the reason why um that prosecution team was looked at side eye unjustly is because people were listening more to what they were hearing on the social media streets than they were at what the indictment was saying. To me, because I am a true crime junkie, I follow true crime. So I can listen to all of the stuff that's happening like around it, all of the content creators, the Reddit, web sleuths. I can listen to all of that, but I'm always waiting to get the context according to what I'm hearing being said in court, right? And based off of what we were hearing, that's why at a certain point, I didn't want to hear no more of them stories about them civil cases. Because when them civil cases started getting crazy as hell, I was like, none of this is adding up for me. I don't want to hear no more of that, right? And I stopped paying attention to, it was one in particular that it was so outlandish. And that Mitchell kid, it was one of her clients. And I was like, I don't want to hear no more of this, because this shit sound crazy as hell, right? So to think that just because an individual thinks somebody is guilty of something, right, that they think that the person is guilty of everything that they was accused of, that's a misnomer. That is not true. Because it was many of those civil case filings that I did not believe not one word from it. But I knew to follow what the indictment was saying that happened. And the indictment was not alleging none of that what was coming out here in social media. But I think what happened for most people, they were listening more to what was happening on social media. And that's why I say I think it was a campaign to counter the charges, right? To counter what the prosecution had put out, and to like cloud the judgment, and to come up with all of these crazy outlandish things, so that by the time you get to the case, people look at it and say, that's it? That's all that happened? But the paperwork was saying that the whole time. It was people were listening to what was being floated out here in social media. And then people made it seem like that the government was responsible for leaking this stuff out to social media. That was a theory that was put out here. And I'm like, why would the government leak something that they know is not even in the paperwork? So when you ask yourself common sense, the question, who would leak all this misinformation, more than likely it's coming from the other side. They're doing something in order to taint the process and what is being thought about it. And we got the proof. If people watch the documentary, 50 Cent documentary, Diddy makes a Agnifilo. Different Diddy on the phone call that he's recording of Mark Agnifilo. That Mark Agnifilo was pissed, did not even know that he was recording. He tells him, you only know one kind of media. You only know what's being said over here with this mainstream media. You're not tapped into this media. I need you to get on that. And that's why I believe this is all of that stuff put out. I think that was stuff that they were doing, mixed with some of the stuff that other people was just doing on their own. Like you don't need to ask Jaguar Wright to run no misinformation campaign. She gonna do that all on her own. So you got so many people that organically are gonna capitalize off of misinformation. So once you start a couple of fires, all of those opportunists are gonna come out and ignite it. You say they gonna get you. Please don't wake me up here. You call these people some low. I'm just saying. That's just how I really feel like that. And it's disheartening. It is disheartening to know that that is the case. I'm just saying. Listen. I'm over here on my little old channel, talking to my little old people. I ain't bothering nobody. I don't talk about nobody. I try to keep focused on the content and what's being discussed, and I have a right to opinion. That's my opinion. That's what I see. But I know it's people who don't agree with that. That's their right. That's their right for them to say it. That's their right for them to influence whoever they influence. And I think that anybody at any given time is able to weigh in and give their opinion, because at some point in time, nobody was giving their opinion. So that's the other thing I think is crazy. Like to ask somebody, well, why is it your business, or what does that have to do with you? At some point, none of this had nothing to do with nobody. At some point, everybody stuck their nose into something that wasn't their business. So I think that question is crazy. That's just when it comes to anything. I think like that's a default question that people ask, like when they don't want to have to like respond to something or whatever. But it's like, at one point this didn't have nothing to do with you either, did it? So what made you decide to stick your nose in it? Like, I mean, after a while, like when you just see how bad it gets, I'm just giving my opinion, and I don't have a whole bunch of people over here. I got a couple of little people over here that I talk to. I'm going to tell the truth. I'm not going to be over here promoting no lies and promoting no distorted ass information. I'm not going to do that. But like I said, I am open to the idea that I could be wrong about it all, and I think that's where I leave room. I leave room for the fact that I could be wrong about it all. But as I see it right here, right now, today, this is what I see. And I'm not saying this based off of there not being some evidence of something somewhere that's substantiating what I see. And so if something else comes about and I get a surprise, I have no problem saying, hey, I was wrong. I wasn't right. you know, I mean, I think sometimes that's why it take me so long to comment on certain things, because I don't want to like prematurely give my opinion on certain things. But when I see some shit that look wrong, and I don't like the feeling, like I said, of vulnerable people, no matter who it is, being taken advantage of. Like, I don't think a lot of people understand the idea of vulnerable populations not being like a vulnerable population is not set in stone. It's very circumstantial, right? So it's based on a circumstance. And when you look at like prisoners, when you look at a prisoner, you look at someone who's incarcerated, who in their mind they believe that they were unfairly prosecuted. They are vulnerable, because they are vulnerable to anybody who might come to them with all of these ideas to try to get them out their situation. And so even though that person might have done something to another vulnerable population, now they are a part of a vulnerable population where they can be taken advantage of, where they can be exploited. And I don't like that either. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think it's the same reason why when the whole thing was going on over there with the jail, when the DOJ went over into Fulton County, despite me believing that some of those people in the jail committed the crimes that they were accused of doing, I'm still speaking up and saying, okay, it is wrong. You don't treat people this way. This is inhumane treatment. This is not I don't care. We have a criminal justice system that says you do not put prisoners in this kind of condition. And so, even though most people would look at that population and people say, we don't care what happened to them, I'm not like that. Like, it's like, okay, we have if they were being sentenced to death and that's how you kept them or whatever, that's one thing. But that's not what they're sentenced to. They are sentenced to a term of imprisonment. And you wouldn't keep a dog like this. Why do you have these people in this type of condition? And so then it's somebody who needs to advocate for them. And look at how the people advocate for them. They don't advocate going and saying, oh, free all of these people. No, they go in there and address the issue, the conditions of the facility. They don't go in there and say, free all of them because look at the conditions you got them in. No, you deal with the issue. The issues is the condition of the facility. It's not about their incarceration, but how you are keeping them while they're incarcerated. And the fact that they have not been sentenced to conditions like this. And so you are breaking code. You are breaking the law. The government, the state, the locality, they are breaking the law by keeping a facility like that. You said, child, they tried to tell us that Levi was Curry County. That's when I knew that something was different. Girl, you finna be viral for a whole. Shut up. I'm not gonna be viral. I really am not. Cause it's just me, little old me over here. I ain't saying nothing important. I just talk to her, but I'm just saying that I just can't, I don't, it's just ridiculous. It's just ridiculous. It is ways for you to still advocate for people with a level of integrity and not stooping so low. And I don't know. I just, like I said, I feel like that there are situations where sentencing is unfair. And that we do have to look at, sometimes I think us as people, we take stuff to an extreme, right? A sentence can be unfair, but it doesn't mean that it needs to be overturned. It just maybe means that it needs to be reduced, right? Like, but we go to the extreme. If we think that a sentence is unfair, we think that it needs to be completely overturned and the person be free. We don't look at reduction as or some kind of modification as a remedy to what we believe to be unfair, right? Then I don't think a lot of times too, I don't think we really assess what we are calling fair. Because sometimes I have found out, like, by when I look into certain things, that when I see people say something's unfair, and then I start looking into things of similar value, right? That actually there are people who have gotten way worse in the same scenario. So how are we measuring fairness? Like, that's what I'm saying. When I'm saying this stuff, I'm talking from a real place of not just isolated situations, but just how we think, period. And how that thinking then really, like, reduces us as people when we start to let that evade us too much. Like, you can't look, if people, I'm sure that for everybody who is incarcerated, that there's somebody who thinks they shouldn't be there, no matter what it is that they did. And if we made a rule that as long as you had somebody who thought that the person shouldn't be there, that they could go free, well, then we would be living in a very lawless place. And I think that that's the alternative. That's the thing that we don't think about. I have said before, like, I feel like we advocate backwards. We advocate for people to not be held accountable and guilty for their crime versus demanding that people be held accountable. So when people of color say, well, people, they don't incarcerate white people for this same kind of crime. Well, my remedy would be, well, let's do something to make sure they're getting incarcerated for the crime. But that's not their idea of what needs to be done. A lot of times, our people's idea of what needs to be done is, well, they need to be, then people of color need to be let go for the same crime. And I just don't happen to believe that's the way for us to deal with it. I believe the other way is we need to be doing something to make sure that all people are being held accountable equally under the law. And when the law makes sense, and a lot of the times when some of these things that people get incarcerated for, it makes sense. Then our job should be to try to make sure that no matter race, color, creed, socioeconomic status, that all people are held accountable to that same level. That's what I feel like we should be working towards. But you got a lot of people who feel like it just means that they want to use the idea of the disparity to be a get out of jail free card for everyone who does it. And I don't agree to that. I don't agree to that. And then even that's selective because even those individuals who would champion that for the person that they like or the person that they want, if someone else does that crime and they think it was egregious, then they will lobby for that person to go to jail for the crime. So I don't know. I think sometimes we're just not being honest about what we really, sometimes I think we're not being honest about what we really believe or what we really feel. It becomes situational based on who it involves. And I just feel like it should be more like standard across the board to say these types of activities should not be okay for anyone to do. I think we create too many excuses for we people. I spoke about this earlier in the live. We create too many excuses. We will use the Bible to justify bad behavior in certain people. And we will use that same Bible to ridicule other bad behavior in other people. And both times, we're not looking at the whole story and what really happened to determine if we're even using the right application to the situation. Sometimes we're not even paying attention to the entire story to see that the entire story doesn't really mean what been preached in the pulpit for all of these years. It's something else more to the story that they leave out. And it's purposefully left out because a lot of times people use that text in order to justify their wrongdoing, and the wrongdoing of everybody that they favor. And they use that understanding that these people have God's favor, that they have God's favor, and then they use it in order to condemn the people who they deem not having God's favor and the people who they don't like. And using any type of history book to try to justify why bad practices should continue is just not, to me, it is not a good practice. Because a lot of times through those history books or through those sacred texts or through these other pieces of literature, other stories, we are told what happened as a result of those bad practices. It was a consequence. And it is a reason why then there was some corrective action that was done to remove that practice. But we will use history, we will use sacred text, we will use all types of things to justify bad behaviors for people that we love, for people that we like, and people we care for. And then for the ones that we don't like, that we don't care for, that we don't have proximity to, we will use the same tool in order to be a weapon against them. And I don't think none of that is right. None of it. I don't think that any sacred text should ever be used in order to diminish accountability. Because when I read them, I see nothing but people being held accountable. But I'm reading the story in its entirety. I'm not reading a portion. I'm not reading their highest point, their highest part. I'm looking at the story that happened from the beginning and I'm seeing it all the way to the end. And sometimes, if you don't look at the story that way, when you are examining sacred text or any other piece of literature or something, you miss the part where the character was accountable and was called into account for all their misdeeds. Because when you only focus on the high parts, you will focus on that to then justify other human behavior. And that, I don't know, I just was that the problem is I was trained like that because I had a grandmother who was an English professor. I had a grandmother who was the Christian education director. um, and I had a grandmother who taught humanities. And so I I've been trained like that all my life to think like that. And even in my own wrongdoing, I know I got to be accountable. Even in my kids' wrongdoing or my mom, let me tell you, my mom be acting like she a saint. I can tell the truth when it comes to my mom. I ain't never some things I ain't never seen my mama do. Never. And I ain't saying she didn't do it, but I ain't seen it. I ain't seen it. That's all I can say. So compared to me, my mama is like a saint. Cause but I hold accountability for my wrongdoing. I teach my kids to be accountable for their wrongdoing. I teach them not to complain when they have to suffer the consequence of something. I try my best not to complain when I have to suffer the consequence of something. I try my best that even if I do find myself complaining about suffering the consequence, that I ask forgiveness about complaining about it. Because I know it was my own doing. I know that it was no one else, that it was me. And I honestly I think that is it like our mate that is humanity's biggest problem. Nobody wants to be accountable, but it's because these systems, like if you want to talk about an indoctrination, shit, you don't gotta go into a damn classroom to get indoctrinated. These systems that you are born into teach you not to be accountable. Like if you like I think that's why it's the funniest damn thing. Because I think if you can see a system trying to oppress, like let's say for instance, I'm not saying that it doesn't happen, but if you can identify that the system is trying to oppress people of color, right? If you can identify that, then surely you have to be able to identify that that same system is teaching people of color to commit crime and how to get away with it. Because this is essentially what the system kind of promotes. We have a system that promotes and teaches people how to get away with crime. And is it the do I have to look at it and say, okay, do we have the best justice system in the world? I guess I have to say yes, because I don't want us to live in a society where someone is accused of something and then they have no way of being able to defend themselves or represent themselves knowing that they didn't do it. But I think that because of the kind of justice system we have, I think that it has taken us to the extreme of that. And so now it's so much focus on how do you defend someone who you know is guilty? How do you defend someone who they know they are guilty? Because in the in a perfect world, where crime was committed, right? I know that sounds like an oxymoron, but just like follow me on it, right? In a perfect world where crime is committed, the person who is the perpetrator would admit their guilt. But that is not what this system teaches. And so we are okay with the system teaching us that, but just not all the other stuff. Not all the stuff on the other side. All the stuff on the other side, that's something else. That's wrong. That's wrong. That's some kind of way of them trying to get us to function like they want us to function. But let us hold on to this piece, to this arm of the system that teaches us that we can do something, be guilty of it, and then we have the right to lie and have representation to get out of it. That's indoctrination. And a lot of people don't even ever got to step into a classroom to learn that. So I don't know. I didn't know I didn't got myself into some shit. Fucking around. I'm gonna fuck around, find out. But yo, listen, let me get off of here. It is now 8:24. I need to get myself ready for tomorrow. It was nice talking to you all. Thank you. Just V, Angie Miller. I think that's everybody who came into the live. Anybody that's in the bushes, anybody on the replay. If you have any questions, comments, suggestions, concerns, just hit me in the comments and I will respond. And you all have a great rest of your evening. And I hope you wake up and have a good Monday. Peace.